assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College during that time. He also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
A drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from about age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant. Finally, only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akitola Williamson Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager. In a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just months before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into Sokor Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with Sokor SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship, and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of Sokor SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who were
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news update here on News Television. We are reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Grace Komalafe. In the news, President Bola Tinubu is set to inaugurate the newly renovated National Art Theatre, Igomo, Lagos, on Independence Day, October 1. The announcement was made on Monday in a statement by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. The landmark renovation, spearheaded by the CBN and the Bankers Committee, is part of a major initiative to support Nigeria's cultural heritage and creative industries. It underscores a strategic investment aimed at boosting the nation's artistic and economic future. Tinubu, who renamed the complex in July 2024 as the Wole Soyinka Center for Culture and the Creative Arts in honor of the Nobel laureate, will lead the opening ceremony. The event will host governors, lawmakers, diplomats, business leaders, cultural icons, academics, and youth representatives, highlighting its national significance. The federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to strengthening micro, small, and medium enterprises, describing them as the foundation of economic transformation. Vice President Kashim Shettima, represented by the Special Advisor to the President on Economic Affairs, Dr. Tokwe Faswa, said micro, small, and medium enterprises remain central to the administration's renewed hope agenda. Micro enterprises account for 96.9% of Nigerian businesses, while small and medium enterprises account for 3.1%. Together, they contribute 46.3% of the gross domestic product, 6.2% of exports, and 84% of total employment. The government said institutions such as the Development Bank of Nigeria will drive access to finance, capacity, and enabling infrastructure. New small and medium enterprise policies include export-friendly regulatory reforms, shared production hubs, financial support, non-financial support, and logistics partnerships. Stakeholders stress that small businesses must scale up to tackle youth unemployment, with African entrepreneurs urged to embrace resilience and competitiveness to expand opportunities. Still in the news, Nigerian banks have placed a record 5.38 trillion naira in the Central Bank of Nigeria's standing deposit facility, reflecting growing caution despite the recent interest rate cut. The deposit surged by 52.6% from 3.5 trillion naira on September 24, driven by Federation Account Allocation Committee inflows and open market operation repayments. At the same time, banks avoided the Central Bank of Nigeria lending window, with standing lending facility usage dropping to a one-month low of 22 million naira. Analysts say the high-risk environment and weak credit appetite, especially among small and medium enterprises, make the standing deposit facility return of 24.5% more attractive than treasury bills or new loans. And away from that, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has signed another 2-year crude supply agreement with the Dangote Petroleum Refinery. The Punch gathered that the deal signed last month would ensure the steady supply of crude to the 650,000 barrel per day refinery located in Lekki, Lagos. It was further gathered that the deal is in line with the federal government's determination to supply more crude to the facility, especially in Naira. About 82 million barrels of crude have been allocated to the refinery from October 2024 to date. Out of the 82 million barrels, 60%, being 49.3 million barrels, was sold in Naira to the refinery, according to details obtained from NNPC on Monday. And lastly, on the news, United States President Donald Trump has announced new tariffs of 10% on imported timber and lumber and 25% on kitchen cabinets, bedroom vanities, and upholstered furniture. The duties take effect October 14, with further increases scheduled from January 1 for countries that fail to strike agreement with the U.S. Trump justified the decision under Section 232 of the Trade Act, citing risk to national security and the weakening of the domestic wood industry. The move is expected to hit Canada, Vietnam, and Mexico hardest, while Britain, the European Union, and Japan will face capped rates of 10 to 15%. Canada has pledged $870 million in support for its lumber producers. And that's the news this morning. We say many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Sook News Television. My name is Grace Komalafe, and coming up next is Sook Business Landscape. Please stay with us.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa. One of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. One from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977.
He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches. If we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also, in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM Award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Phone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, ESUT, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumbambadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfare Towers, the Winks and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Arni International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between two towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, Souk Enlightenment. The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture.
Take pleasure because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding.
Said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
You think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this market. Why to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn something. See something, see something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
Hello and welcome to Souk Business Landscape, your window into the forces shaping business, market, policy, and home and abroad. I am Olumide Shukoy. Of course, I'm not the only one here. I have the ever delectable, will I call him melanin popping? No.
Well,
sweet, luscious, Swift Adenito.
Olumide, good morning. First of all, you know it is my department to flatter. I don't know why you are taking over, but thank you very much for the compliments. They go a long way. By the way, you look very nice yourself. I love your wristwatch. You know what they say about your wristwatch? A man of importance and a man who keeps to time and is goal-driven always has a nice wristwatch.
Really?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much.
So how was your night?
Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Africa. And we are here to dissect issues that concern the Nigerian economy and do our best. My name is Swift Aderito, and get ready to have a good time with us this morning.
Yes, today we will spotlight Nigeria's fiscal economy as oil theft bleeds billions daily. Yes, we've been having oil theft, pipeline vandalism for decades, and it seems as if there is no solution. But yes, there is always a solution. Airlines accused of sidelining the Naira and national theaters' transformation into a creative economy hub. Yes, the National Theater. When I was growing up, I remember how I was so excited to go and watch movies or films at the National Theater. But hopes are being revived as it is being also revived. We will also examine NNPC's new deal with Dangote Refinery and the latest rally on the stock market and fresh developments from student loan scheme. Now, beyond Nigeria, protectionist winds from Washington could shake up the global film industry. I am Olumide Shukoy. We're going on a short break, and when we come back, of course, we'll bring you the best, the very best of Souk Business Landscape. Don't forget, follow us on all our social media platforms, like, comment, and share. We'll be right back.
Think like that because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding.
Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content, and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
You think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this market? Why to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn something. See something, see something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
Welcome back to Souk Business Landscape. Comment, like, and share on YouTube and all our social media platforms. We also have Chooks John Rogers standing by via Zoom. Chooks, so glad to have you on the show program. All right, so while we are waiting for Chooks to come online, let's kick off with the very first story. Now, industry experts have raised alarm that Nigeria is losing billions of dollars, not Naira, daily to crude oil theft, vandalism, and wastage. The strength that the persistent losses are crippling the economy and must be urgently addressed through modern technology. Presenting a joint paper at a leadership forum in Houston, United States, Charles Day, a petroleum engineer with a Nigerian Jeep Oil Company, and Dr. Oluwatoyin Gbadiyan, a mechanical engineer and a researcher at Nigeria's oil validation system, said Nigeria's oil validation is outdated and opaque. According to them, the lack of transparency in tracking and monitoring production continues to enable massive leakages. Now, experts urge Nigeria to adopt digitalization and advanced monitoring tools to plug loopholes, improve efficiency, and safeguard the nation's economic lifeline. They also warn that failure to act swiftly would further deepen revenue losses and worsen the country's fiscal crisis. Swift,
yes.
Why has Nigeria remained so entrenched despite years of reforms that we cannot solve this leakages, vandalism, oil theft? It has been going on. The reason why Niger Delta was set up to pacify some set of people who believe that certain things were not being accrued to them. But still yet, we still have all theft, vandalism. Vandalism was part of the reason why the state of emergency was declared in Rivers.
When they were threatening to bomb pipelines.
Yes. I mean, why? Is it that there's no solution? Is it the political will? Is it just we Nigerians who are so, we call it strong-head in Nigeria, just stubborn? Dogged. What is the problem?
So I'll tell you, without being told, it's a combination of forces. Because if it's one force alone, it would have been tackled. I was listening to an interview from the Chief of Army Staff 3 years ago. That's former Chief of Army Staff. And he was like, look, the military has come to face the facts that they cannot fight oil theft alone. That the Nigeria military, Navy, they've come to realize that they cannot fight oil theft alone. That they need the help of locals, and which has been happening of late. Because if you are coming with the military strategy, how well do you know the location? Do you know the topography of the place? Can you get insider information? All this is critical. That's why you notice in the Niger Delta, they are one of the people pushing for police, local policing.
Yes,
the way
state police.
In the southwest, they are also pushing for it. Like, for example, in Edo State, at that time, the governor had to pass a law that if you are caught kidnapping, it's a death sentence. Then they went further about 2 years ago to say, look, if you are caught kidnapping or you kill anybody, they go and bulldoze your father's house. So at this time, for insider information, when the family knows that there's a possibility that that house that we have, that maybe we inherited from our grandfather, which is the major revenue, if we have any brother or sister who is doing anything that's, who is in nocturnal activities at night, it means that people will start to report. So this, at least, has been able to checkmate security. What are they really doing in the Niger Delta? According to this paper, they are saying that, look, using local people to just talk, local vigilante, OPEC, it is not enough. That if we digitalize, that means we can, in a month, we're expecting 100,000 barrels. Digital will tell you if we were able to make up to 20. It will be everywhere. Everybody can see. People will be able to suggest that these are the issues, this is what is going. So like I said, combination of factors. Even the local vigilantes, they come in after 2 years, they too start looking for their own pockets. These people that have been paying for oil bunkering, they are not playing. They have a lot of money. So they just wait. There's a new group of boys on board. They just wait for 2-3 months, and then they approach them again that, look, this is what these other people were making. Let's offer you this. So if there are cameras, there are city footage, there are drones that move around these areas, it will reduce the number of oil thefts we have. So it's just a lot of factors that are going to be tackled from the government angle to the people angle. And unfortunately, we have been doing this, like you said, for over 20 years. NNPC, now turned NNPCL, we have been having these issues every quarter. They always claim that what we expected them to turn over, they couldn't turn over because. But Dangote Refinery came on board yesterday. We are looking at taxation. The next thing for us is privatization. I'm sorry to use these words. Atiku was right. Anything government-owned in Nigeria, solely government-owned, because of the nature of the people we have within and the saboteurs, I don't think it can work. When it's privatized, when individuals have vested interest, people are more bound to sit up. If an individual will ensure that whoever steals their oil or sabotages the company goes to jail. The monies are got back. So I think individual, private, government partnership for NNPCL is the next way to go for us to be able to, clamp down on oil theft. That's my opinion.
Let's have Chooks John Rogers. Chooks John Rogers, welcome to Souk Business Landscape.
Chooks, good
Chooks,
morning.
we seem to have a bit of problem. Let's see if your mic is working. Could you confirm that your mic is working? If you can hear me.
Chooks is smiling with excitement. I think he's very interested in this oil theft issue.
Yes, I'm also interested because we have Tantita Services,
Yes.
who was supposed to be going after this. I remember a particular person, Asari Dokubo,
Yes.
when he went to visit President Tinubu, he sat, it was a controversial speech, he sat and accused the military
Yes.
of being part
Yes.
of the people. That's an allegation, according to him.
He didn't just say, he said, I have videos, I have proof. And he's not the first person saying it. Like I said, the military sets up a task force. For the first 3 months, they are working. You see it in NNPCL data. They are seeing the 100 barrels. After 3 months, suddenly the 100 barrels dropped to 75. What's changed within 3 months? You even are supposed to, that task force is even supposed to understand the climate better at this point. Because if you just got there and you didn't even know some of the creeks and you were able to secure 100 barrels, why is it after 3 months when you now know the creeks like the nook and crannies of your hand, it's now getting missing? So it means that something is amiss.
Let's have Chooks. Chooks John Rogers, welcome.
Chooks, good morning.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you
crystal
clear. So, Chooks, I'd like you to jump in. Yes, I'd like you to jump in.
Swift, I did listen to your submission, and I will say, yeah, that was quite intelligent.
Thank you.
It's still that case of ownership. It's still that issue where we see ourselves as this facility, this resource belongs to us. First as a people, then as a nation, then we'll hold ourselves first accountable, then we'll also see that what we are producing for the country gets to where it's supposed to go to. Now, sorry, over time, we've had this allegation of blame game. The big boys blame the smaller boys blame the guys vandalizing, the guys vandalizing blame the guys that are cooking. But this is a vicious circle, and it pulls our eye away from the major places where accountability should be. The IOCs, the international oil companies, and now Nigerian oil companies, because a lot of more than 40% of our crude is coming from local companies. How are they accounting for everyday production? That is where it starts. That particular research paper that was presented was talking about obsolete measures in transparency, because you can drill 100 million barrels, just giving an example, and what you're reporting is 20 million barrels.
Yes.
That is what goes to the government coffers. That is what gets to be shared. That number is nothing compared to the guy that is going to break a pipe or the guy that is going to cook, because whatever that person is taking is nothing compared to the numbers that are not well or openly and transparently reported directly from source. Now let's look at the guys that are breaking the pipelines, the vandalization and all that. We need to take responsibility for our own inefficiencies. If the man in the village in the Niger Delta sees that I see this as something that belongs to us and I will take responsibility, he will protect that thing. We don't need to pay him. But when he sees that people that are coming from outside his community are living better than him, and he doesn't have what to show for where he is, the amenities are not there, infrastructures are not there, his children can't go to school, his normal way of living before has been cut short because of environmental hazards coming from the exploration itself, then he is most likely going to get into issues and actions that are not right. So these are things that we need to all take care of and look for better means of getting everybody involved in seeing this as a national issue and not just something that is one-sided. The higher unreported is coming from the major production companies, then the vandalism, then those that are cooking. These are things we need to take care of. And automation will go a long way, a long way to bring some form of sanity. Then ownership will just cover and tip everything.
All right, Chooks, let's break it down one by one. Let's start with transparency. Now, it's not just leakages in barrels. It's also unaccounted, just like you said. Till today, we do not even know how many. We just hear we're producing 1.5, 1.7 million barrels, or we've reached 1.5 or 1.7. That is what it is being declared, but on paper, we really do not know. And we do not really know how many it's being produced per day. So how do we tackle that on one side? Then vandalism. You said it that, okay, fine. These people, until they start to feel that it is their own. But for them also to feel that it's their own, there's something that is making one man stand up to go and break or vandalize a pipe. Compensation. How do we begin to tackle that? That was the essence of the Niger, the NDDC and the rest of them. But what is the lasting solution? At a point during late President Yaradua, he granted amnesty and all that. Some said it worked, some said it didn't work. But what is the lasting solution for this pipeline vandalism? What do they really want? And how can the government meet them halfway?
I kind of lost your audio there.
All right, I said, how can the federal government, how can we collectively meet these aggrieved people who are going about to vandalize pipeline? Because there's a reason why they are doing this. They are aggrieved. They want something. So how do we meet them halfway? Former president, late President Yaradua, granted amnesty to some, and he set up certain, commissions and all that. But it seems as if that's not enough. So what is the lasting solution?
Okay, can you do me a favor? Can Swift repeat what you said?
All right, Swift.
I can't
Okay, so, oh my
okay,
God,
I can hear
yes,
you loud and Swift.
okay. So he's asking what is going to be a lasting solution to sort these issues of vandalism that we have seen governments past make a conscious effort to try and, amend with the Niger Delta people, give them amnesty, provide foreign schools. Some of them were sent abroad for certain schools, give them stipends. But we are still experiencing vandalism. What do you think can be done by the government? Is it a government thing? What can be done to stop this vandalism process? Because it affects us, it affects the government, it affects major revenue coming in.
Okay, thank you. A larger part of the vandalism is not because of agitation. These are some basic truths that we don't want to tell ourselves. A larger part of the vandalism is politics and sabotage.
Yes.
So the boys that are cooking is what they are vandalizing is nothing compared to people vandalizing based on trying to get government attention. Politics. So let's give you an example. The last time when we had the issue between Winke and the school son, Ubara, what happened? To draw the president's attention, they went to go blow up pipelines. It's politics. So we need to get to a place where we can really hold politicians accountable, non-state actors, hold them accountable, because every one of them have access to the corridors of power. So have you imagined it? It's not the everyday boy that is going to blow up pipeline. No. It is these people that have access to the corridors of power. They are responsible. So when the current administration starts making examples of them, to stop. For the communities, once you take care of some basic issues in the community, they will watch over those pipelines. Now we've gotten to a particular state where it was not before. Pipelines cross my village. There are oil wells in my community. But the boys don't go there to vandalize it because there is an understanding that, hey, by the time we vandalize this, we are predominantly farmers. Our lands are not polluted. If we try, then we are looking for more trouble. So if the government can see that hey, we are our own problem, since when did we start paying people to protect oil pipelines? See, I know that's I tell you how far we've come in the generation. Now we are paying people to protect what is your own. Just like, hey, come, I'm going to pay you, protect your father's house. We have to make people see that this thing belongs to them. And for them to see it, they have to share in what is coming out of that. Then the politics in this has to stop.
All right, thank you very much, Trix. Now, coming to you, Swift.
Yes.
Digital monitoring tools and transparency system. We've always talked about how we actually need to monitor this. Have sensors so that when this pipeline, when it's being vandalized, it goes off.
Yes.
You know the particular area and all that. But do you think that this can also, because it is humans that would man this technology, it is human that would operate this equipment, and it's humans that are there, that are recording, taking down data.
Yes.
So do you think this would also help solve the problem?
So right now, I went through the 10 paper that was delivered in Houston. One of the things the engineers were saying is we are falling short of world best practices when it comes to oil and gas. And people have moved beyond communities. People are now digitalized. For example, like I said, if a drone is flying over a space, you have 15 drones, you have hidden cameras, you are more likely to pick up, and the Minister of Petroleum any day can pick up his phone and just check.
Yes.
The military officers can scroll through their phones and check. And you also have people on ground, you have foot soldiers that are on ground. If there's anything amiss, so it's going to be harder for the foot soldiers to combine with the tech guys, and the tech guys to now feed something that is wrong. So you can easily see something that's amiss, and your foot soldiers, maybe they have collected bribe, for example, because they start with those ones. Then the Oga there can say something is wrong. If the Oga there has collected bribe, the foot soldiers can say something is wrong. If the military has collected bribe, like has been claimed that, so the military officers are highly informed, the Minister of Petroleum, who this is his portfolio, this is his job, if he's going through this technology, can say what's going on. Why am I not seeing camera A, camera B, camera C? Of course, he will have people who are hired. So it just boils down to the fact that life can be made easier if we invest money in tech. That's what they are trying to tell us. That look, many of these things we are crying about, if we invest, for example, like Chuk said, sensitization. A lot of people over 20 years ago, they have been sensitizing communities. They have been begging them, what do you want? In fact, there was a time that in this country, over 1,000 people from Niger Delta were sent abroad to school. How many other communities had the privilege? People will tell you, oh, they are the oil-making company. Thank God, we now know Niger Delta is not the only country or state that produces oil. The the Southwest also has some oil. The North has a lot of oil. They have gold, they have bitumen. And so, have they been, to some extent, at least to some extent, have they been appeased? They have been appeased. These people themselves, when you go for interviews, they tell you we don't even have business. Most of the people in the villages are not even young people anymore. Most of the young people in Niger Delta, they're in Lagos, they're in Abuja, they are hustling, they're abroad. It is their mothers and fathers. And there was a woman that was being interviewed. She said, I'm 60 something. My other neighbor is 50 something. Our children come home during Christmas. Is it those children that are vandalizing? So he boils down to, it is not even the communities, like he said, anymore. They are bigger players. And these bigger players, people have linked them to international countries who are trying to sabotage Nigerian petroleum because of the bigger leagues. Join forces with our own politicians, or in quotes, if A enters, B is against them, so they will join forces with these people. How can all this be sorted with ease? Technology. Technology doesn't lie. The worst that happens is put your server in China, where you cannot bribe the Chinese person. And guess what? You are seeing everything that is going on. So they are telling the federal government, it is time for us to invest. And what are the causes of technology? One, employment. Two, education. Because if there's now a space for AI, petroleum engineers, it means that people will not just study petroleum engineering, they will study AI petroleum engineering. So more people will be employed. Now you now have two people. You have your engineers on the field, and who are also AI experts. So more money, more employment, more opening. That's what they are just telling the government.
I also believe that we should have some sort of informant and whistleblower policy, whereby people around communities, if you notice on suspicious act or anything, any vandalism, you would report that.
If you are rewarded.
Yes, if you are rewarded. And Chooks, what do you think about whistleblower policy? Some experts have even said that maybe we should name and shame some of the big actors or non-state actors. Chooks, what do you think about that?
I think we'll still have to do that again. Swift, can you repeat what he said?
So Lumine is of the opinion that some school of thought has said we should start paying our whistleblowers, and that they should be shamed.
Name and shame.
Named and shamed. The non-stake actors. So if I find out Mr. Whatever from Dutch is part of the people that is stealing the oil, we should be named. They should be shamed. There should be no diplomatic protection. They should be named. They should be shamed. In the communities, they should be named. They should be shamed. Yes.
Okay. Now, see where the issue is. Now, for this group of people, they have turned themselves into non-state actors, and they've become armed groups. So it will take the government effort to make sure that whoever is trying to blow a whistle cannot be harmed and can't be fought over. Because we know that we have a large expanse of water bodies, and they make a killing money-wise from the oil they steal, both directly and indirectly, both from the companies, not my words, and the non-state actors and the smaller boys. And they just push this thing on vessels and move it to the sea. So whistleblowing is going to go a long way, but how much are you going to pay the person? And what protection does he have? The connection in that particular illicit business is huge. Security people are all involved. So we need a major purge. It's sadly we get to see what's happening between Pengasin, Nupeng, and Dangote, but we've never seen them come out to say we are going to shut down because Nigeria is losing oil. Is this not enough reason for them to shut down? So we need that ownership. We need to get to a point where we have switchboards where we, just like you see Saudi Aramco, they can tell at every point in time what is happening on any of their pipelines, from drilling to storage. They can tell you exactly how many liters, not even in barrels, is coming out, down to how much we are selling. So that is the amount, that's the kind of transparency we need. It's going to take a while for us to get there because there is a whole lot of interest, a lot of interest involved. And in the first place, when we were signing most of the deals we signed with a lot of companies, Nigerians and those that sign on our behalf were not very, very forthcoming. So it's going to take a while for us to clean that sector up, and we look forward to it happening.
Want us to look at is now we talk about oil theft, we talk about pipeline vandalism and all that. Let's talk about illegal refineries, because if you look at it, it's not that average man that goes to destroy or connect another pipe to an oil pipeline. It's capital intensive in a way. If you look at it,
this is the word capital intensive, brilliantly said. Yes,
it's capital intensive. You don't just connect pipe. It's not something you do in a day.
Yes.
And of course, you can't do it without other people, the people around that community knowing. So how do you think we can tackle this also?
So there's something you must give up to the Niger Delta people. Right from time, Jaja of Ukpobo was one of the first men in history that was able to export. He tried exporting his own oil. He even went as far as the high seas. He was almost crossing into the Mediterranean because he realized these Europeans that were coming in, they were paying them peanuts for the oil and all their goods and rubber. So he said, I'm a king here. Let's get our own ships, which we can. We've been getting money. And let's go sell directly. And of course, when the other bodies saw what he was coming to do, the colonialists, they all ganged together and, blew up that ship. And that's how he was deposed. And they said he wasn't. But that's one. So that tells you the kind of energy and force Niger Delta people are coming with. They have always been industrious. They are always strong. They are oil right from time. They have been growing to, they have grown up refining local oil. But of course, at little stages. Now, we cannot take it away that oil is being refined in different communities. There was a time a friend of mine and I were driving, I think from Sapele, and our car broke down. And there was no fuel station in sight for over 200 to 500 miles. And it was locally refined petrol. They said, okay, they just have, and they gave us like a liter or 2 liters. That 2 liters worked like we had bought like 10 liters because it was real quality.
Wow.
Which was locally refined. This was about 10, 15 years ago. And so our friends were telling us that we were not even smart, that we should have even begged for more, that we would have bought more, that these guys sell in jerry cans. And that was the first time I came face to face with local refineries, that they were producing their own oil being refined. Now, we are still talking about the refineries. Like you said, to set up refineries are not beans. Especially, you are looking at some of these people setting up refineries that they produce over 1,000 to 3,000 barrels per day. That's capital intensive. You can't be looking at less than 100 to 250 million. No villager has that money. Like he said, who are these political stakeholders? There was once a time that two governors from the Niger Delta went to South Africa to set up a refinery, which they were, later swindled because they tried using it under someone else's name. And the South African government has a very big rule that says foreigners cannot own majority shares in anything that has to do with refining, manufacturing. You have limitations there. So that was how they were able to be held, and they lost out in that project. These same people, nothing stops them from putting this money, putting it down, claiming it is agitation. Like I told you, a documentary was done. A particular village, more than 70% of the people in the village are old people. Their children are not there. And these women are saying, are we the one that are doing oil bunkering? But that area has been marked as one of the areas that has the highest number of oil bunkering. What are we saying? Political stakeholders already know that it is old people here. So how do you mess with these old people here? You bring your own boys and you claim they are the ones doing it. That's what Chooks is saying. And so the government really needs to do more. Like he said, in other countries like Qatar and all this, they don't do all this. They are highly digital. And we also need to sit up, because we must look at countries like Venezuela, where this kept going on and there were agitations. And a country that was flourishing, one of the best economies, was pulled down, that the people in the country are now fugitives. And that's why when Mr. President the state of emergency, some people are saying, oh, it's a political thing. I said, no, because once you start to blow up pipelines in Port Harcourt, Bayelsa will follow, Warri will follow, Akure Delta will follow. Once that happens, then the country, we are seeing a lot of foreign players coming from over there to come and do illegal bunkering. Shell and Chevron or other external oil companies who have invested so much in Nigeria, they will be bringing their own security. So everybody will be fighting. And this will cause a major unrest and war. It will be like a joke, but those areas will become a dead zone again, which the government realized and tackled quickly because, like I said, there was more political agitation undertone than just we are going to blow up pipelines. So I think AI is the next thing. The country must also continue with the security features. They must equip the military. They must also give incentives to the military officers in Niger Delta, because I'm a military officer. My salary is 200,000 naira, and I know that somebody can walk up to me and offer me 1 million naira to turn away. If you do not make my salary up to 500,000 or 400,000, why would I not turn away?
That's where I would draw the line. Now, just like a law enforcement officer,
yes,
integrity is the key.
Integrity is the key, but they have bills to pay.
Yes.
Somebody is in a place that he may be killed anytime, and he has watched his other colleague who was killed, and it took him 8 months. I once knew a military officer that died, and my friends who were in the military were sending all of us. They had to start a WhatsApp group because his 2 children, the wife couldn't afford school fees for them. They took a while to pay. I'm just saying, you see, I'm being very realistic. The federal government must factor all of this in. If you want people not to go out of the way, there was a time that military officers were being seen driving tankers back in the day when there was subsidy. Some people with military uniforms, the military said they were not their officers, but people in military uniforms with ID cards were driving tankers across the border because the customs cannot stop them. Why were they doing this? Why am I in the office and I'm earning 100,000? And I know that if I just drive a tanker, I will earn 500,000 or 300,000. All this must be put in place. The former customs officer, I think under Buhari's government, he came out to say, if you want the customs to move, especially at the airport, can we have an incentive? If the officers know that if 100 million is being, if I take out cargo, I do this, 100 million is coming to us from the money that is coming in, my boys will sit up. They will be more gingered, which happened. And so we are seeing the customs turnover. We are seeing customs do very well because there are now incentives. If you get a cargo ship that is, if there are illegal things inside, there's a percentage for you. You are paid something. No, that's the truth. And it's official.
Swift.
Yes.
What I'm trying to say now is if a man will not stand for something, he will fall for everything. Now, the military, their first primary assignment is to protect external
I agree
aggression.
with you.
So, yes, I understand if we give them incentive, low-cost housing, pension, insurance, health insurance and all that. But if you say we should give them 500,000 because we do not want someone else to come and bribe them, they will still collect that 500,000 and still collect the bribe.
So let me shock you.
So it has to do with integrity.
It's not, look.
What about the police force?
It's the same thing we are saying. It's not just integrity. Now you are losing 500,000 barrels of petroleum in a day. Give incentives with 100 and make 400. You say no, it's too much. At the end of the day, you still lose that. So it's penny wise, pound foolish. We have been going around the same game. We know. Now, if I'm not paying you that 500,000, there's going to be a rule that says if I catch you that you are dealing with the enemy, you will be dismissed, you will be jailed, and there can even be a death penalty.
Chooks, let's have your thoughts on this. What do you think? Should the military, the ones manning these places, do you think that an increment, paying them 500,000 per month would actually stop them from collecting 1 million naira or 2 million naira? What do you think? Or better incentives?
Come again, please.
Swift is of the opinion that if we pay these soldiers maybe 500 or 400,000 naira, they will look the other way from the 1 million naira bribe they are being offered. What do you think? I suggest better incentive, low-cost housing, insurance, health insurance, pension, and the rest of them. What do you think?
If we focus on money, we won't achieve anything. Because if it's all about paying the security agency money, the person that is offering him the bribe will offer him more. So it's more of an all-inclusive package. Let him know that yes, he has housing, he has, just like you said, he has insurance, his kids can go to school, and he can retire well. And also, let's also look at people that have better moral standing to man our security post.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's the word. Moral standing. So let's quickly move on to our next story. Now, the National Association of Nigerian Travel Agencies, NANTA, has condemned the continued insistence of 3 international airlines on selling tickets only in US dollars in Nigeria. Now, the association described the practice as disrespectful to the country's sovereignty and harmful to the naira. NANTA President Jinka Folari criticized the carriers for refusing to reintroduce naira transactions despite the improvement in Nigeria's foreign exchange market. He stressed that while most airlines have adjusted to local realities, a few are deliberately sidelining the nation's currency. Folari noted that professional ethics and anti-competition rules prevent NANTA from naming the airlines, but their actions are obvious to stakeholders. He described the dollarization of ticket sales as an arrogant stance and a direct test of Nigeria's sovereignty, insisting that services within the country should respect and promote the naira. Swift.
Yes.
This is really serious. That we've talked about even schools, hotels, charging in foreign currency. Like, this is actually wrong. It's against the Constitution. Now, NANTA has come out to say that there are some airlines, 3 airlines, but they've been gagged, according to the report, that they've been gagged. They cannot actually name or shame these people. What do you think is the solution or way forward, or what is the problem?
So the first thing, when I saw that, I smiled. It's a 50-50 thing. You are right on their side. They are right on their side. First of all, global compliance says that the dollar is the aviation system, the international aviation system is a dollar-based system. We all know, from China to Canada to this, you can pay in dollars. It is the globally acknowledged currency, accepted currency. Yes. And so these airlines can legally stand on their ground and say, you cannot be expected to travel from here to Dubai and you want to pay me in Naira. Because sometimes for what do you call it? Sourcing for the hard currency,
yes,
USD, is quite difficult.
Definitely.
Also, yes, we are happy that for a while, at least for the past 3 to 4 months, the fluctuations in the Naira or 6 months has not been that terrible. But there are still slight fluctuations. It is from 500, 1.5 for the dollar, and it still goes to 156, 157. So if I collect 1.5 from a passenger, for example, and you must realize that what I'm taking from the bank rate is cheaper than what it is on the black market.
Yes.
And so these people want to work with black market because black market is a safer indices for you. So if I do black market's rate 157, it means that if the dollar goes or doesn't go, I don't lose. They are business people. Also, do not forget, most of them are buying aviation fuel in dollar. Most of them are servicing planes in dollar. Most of them some of them even have to pay their pilots and their crew who are foreigners in dollars. So when you now say, oh, they are, so it's not like they are also, so you must first realize they are businessmen. Now, so the question I want to ask, I know, the aviation minister has been doing a fantastic job, but the next thing we need to think about is, what is the Nigerian government doing particularly for the aviation industry? If the Nigerian government now passes a rule that aviation fuel should only be sold at Naira rate, these people will start to turn around. So you know that when you're in Nigeria, your planes can be fully filled by Naira. You don't need to pay dollars. At this point, then you now have something that is a concession for you to say, okay, since we are buying aviation fuel in Naira, then we don't need to charge for dollars. Also, you must also realize the mindset of a lot of people. 90% of the people who travel have dollar accounts. They don't have Naira account. It is you and I who have Naira account. So these people travel all the time. They travel once every 3 months. They travel once every 6 months. Some of them travel monthly. And so how are you now going to change somebody's mindset who prefers to save his money in dollar? Because he feels dollar is more secure, dollar is safer, I do business in dollar, to now pay in Naira. So these are the things that I think you need to first look at before you come for the airlines. Yes, can things be better? Yes. Can you untwist the airlines for a bit? But like I said, for the aviation industry, that's my opinion, it's baby steps. We need to take baby steps, and we need to remember that these people run a business, and the business is to make profits and fly you in safety. At least good or bad, we haven't had any local flights going international crashing, and that is because of maintenance and all that. So if you now start to now force them to do Naira, what if the maintenance would not go as well as it's supposed to go? We saw the Indian International Airline that was headed to, I think, the US crash, and everybody on board died. We don't want such a thing to repeat itself in Nigeria. So we need to be careful.
Chooks, what's your thoughts on this? Unravel the intricacies in the midst of all this. Do you think that these airlines should be suspended, named or shamed, or what other possible solution can we get out of this?
Okay, we know where we are coming from. We are coming from an era where before now, almost 100% of the international routes were flown by a foreign airline. There was there was virtually no Nigerian flag carrier, and they held sway. Whatever they said happened, and we also had a ministry at that point in time that was not Nigeria centered. That could account for why you will pay a fare here in Nigeria to, let's say, Heathrow, and the same flight that is taken off from Ghana, you are having almost 30, 25%, in some cases 50% difference in charges. So right now, this is where we are coming from. To what extent have we as Nigerians really seen ourselves as a people that should be taken care of? Have we valued ourselves that much? Now, the amount of value you put on your citizen is the amount of respect others will accord you. It's the same thing that happens when you travel out. It's the same thing that happens in business. So that's what we are seeing now. Now we see Nigerian carriers. I'm going to come from a business side of it. Now we are seeing Nigerian carriers also coming in to fly some of the routes like these international carriers. these non-Nigerian flag carriers. I will look at it from this angle. Let's be Nigerian. Is there supposed to be a compliance? Yes, because they are in Nigeria, so they should fly in Naira. But should they say we are doing in dollars? I'm not going to say yes or no, but I'm going to look at it from the angle of business. Let the Nigerian country, let's see the way we can grow Nigerian flag carriers. There is an airpiece, there is an ARIC, it has to get itself back. There's Aero, how can we get this major big ones, even if some of them are having issues? How can we help sustain them? Outside this country, nations sustain their aviation industry. So they get their money back one way or the other, but they make sure that they have flag carriers and they work. So now we have to try and see how can we get our own to compete. And for every of these destinations that these international carriers are holding sway, just the way this administration has gone to say airpeace must fly to London. If they can't fly, then yours can. They should go to Houston. If they can't go, yours can't go. We are going to Brazil. Airpeace is doing that. Let's also see that as Nigerians, we help our own flag carriers grow. A lot of all these issues will be a forgotten issue, just a matter of time. Once our flag carriers can grow just the way you have Ethiopian Air, Kenya Air used to be very good, but I don't know what's happening to them right now. We'll see that a lot of these international carriers, they will fall in line. Now, for compliance sake, who is in charge of compliance? Are they putting us first in the first place? That just tells you the psyche of where we are coming from and the everything goes kind of mentality that needs to change. But business-wise, is an opportunity for our own indigenous airlines to do better and fill up that space.
All right, so Chooks, I like your idea, setting up more airlines, making it competitive, and maybe, just maybe, people will patronize these local airlines more than the foreign airlines. But I want to also let us look at the effect of this particular charges in dollars to our naira. Do you think it will strain the naira because you have to now go source for dollar? Would it have any adverse effect, negative effect on the naira?
Yes, I agree with you. Um, there are also hotels in this country that if you are going there to check in lunch, you pay in dollars. Hope you know. There are also several other institutions, businesses that charge you in dollars, even right here in Nigeria. So this is a marketplace. That's why I was talking about compliance. What can the ministry do when it comes to compliance? These are people we need to call up and ask those particular questions. Is it going to have effect on Nigerians? They have to source dollar. Definitely it will. But now a lot of people see some of this kind of issues as a class thing, which is not supposed to. If you are in Nigeria and you're flying Nigerian business, you want to do Nigerian business, then you have to accept the Nigerian naira. But who are
Okay.
majorly those that patronize this same business entity? They are those classes up, not the classes down. So a lot of these issues will have to be sorted out in those conference rooms, in those offices, in those glass houses. Is it
All right.
affecting us? Yes, it's affecting. But I would just want a competition where we'll just say, hey, let's go fly with our brother that is going to collect naira.
But Chooks, should you also should it even be accepted that some institutions, hotels, and all that should charge even in dollar in Nigeria? It can't happen in the United States, can it?
It should not be accepted. Definitely not. So who exactly is in charge of compliance? If if we go by the way President Tinubu started his administration, it happened. This news came out barely 24 hours. By this night to the next day, the person should lose his job, because that's the way he works. So whoever is in charge of all these spaces, and this is happening, once it gets to the president's table, we don't need to make noise about it. The person should go look for another job.
All right, coming back to you,
Yes.
Swift. What do you think we should do at this point? Do you think if we set up or encourage local airlines to fly more international destinations, that would also reduce the strain of forex exchange on the naira.
So like I told you, like I said, the aviation industry for me, like I said, is baby steps. Right now we have seen people like Air Peace fly out of the country, successful flights. People have said, oh, wonderful flight experience, standard, meeting global standards. They have been, we know how they were first frustrated and they were not allowed to land at certain airports.
Yes.
Right now, like I told you, over the weekend, I had the privilege of working, or some weeks ago, I had the privilege of working with a new aviation school who fix our planes on site in Nigeria, at the airport, at the second arm of MMM. It's not, all these things, like I said, the aviation industry is taking baby steps. So instead of you paying dollars to go to China or wherever to fix your planes, you can get them sorted in Nigeria.
In
here.
naira.
And you, with time, that's why I say it's baby steps. With time, I don't know what they collect. I don't know what that particular aviation school collects, fixing service. But I know that as time goes on, they will start to collect naira. So you imagine if you are fixing your planes for naira, you are buying aviation fuel for naira, then the compliance would not be an issue again. But if I have to buy in dollar, I have to fix my airplane for in dollar, and it's an issue. Yes, is it a big issue on USD? Is it a big issue on our currency? It is, because imagine if every week 5,000 people travel from here outside the country, which is even a slim number, and 5,000 people need to source for hard currency. It boils down to the fact that we are going to have a big challenge, because every time they are sourcing for hard currency, it is weakening the naira. So yes, it's a better option. Shout out to the government. They already have a naira dollar card where you can now convert your dollars to naira and you pay. Like Chuk said, compliance is key. Who is in charge? Is it feasible? Can we start? So that at least if we can start, something can go down. But like I still say, it's still baby steps. These things, you can't just force it, because there's business, there are rules, there are strategy. It's going to take a while. Is it good that we start to, as at least there's a whistle blowing on it right now? People are saying they're drawing the attention of Nigeria PR press to it. It's critical, so that at least the government and stakeholders can sit down on a round table and decide, should we give it 3 months? Should we give it 6 months? Should we give it a year? So that we can get rid of the whole dollar payment, and we know that you are paying in naira. Recently, about 2 weeks ago, a friend of mine traveled to China, and she was not under pressure. She was doing transfers from her phone. And she was like, this yen to naira thing is such a good thing. And she wasn't traveling to buy. She's a medical doctor. She's traveling for a training there, which is also offered by Chinese government under subsidy. And when they are coming back, they're giving them equipment. She works at a teaching hospital, and they picked, I think, over 100 people from different teaching hospitals. And like I said, the Tinubu administration too, bad PR. If I was not with her, if I did not know her, I would not know this is going on. They picked dentists, they picked optometrists, and she said they have even given a list of, they were asked to say a list of equipment that the Chinese government is going to give them for their teaching hospitals when they are coming back. And so it boils down to this. She was able to do this from her phone. In fact, her flight was cancelled. She had to book another flight, about 3-point-something million, in my presence. And I was like, wow. And she was like, imagine if it was dollar I went to source for, and we just had that conversation. Like I say, baby steps. When the yen naira thing took almost a year to secure. So now that this has been done, I believe that the Tinubu administration is on top of it. If we look at the next 6 months, it's been rectified. But anybody expecting that with immediate alacrity someone should be suspended, it doesn't work like that, because there are businesses involved. There's money involved. There's stock markets involved. There's so many things. You can't just crash a system, because we need to do right. And don't forget that we are coming from 16 years of decadence. We are coming from a 16-year where people have been paying their aviation. I know people who probably fly every year or every 3 months or every 2 months who already have the monies in dollars. And these people are not even willing to go and source for or change their dollar to naira, because they don't trust the naira anymore. So it's going to, you have to boost user confidence, which is what the aviation is doing, but they are slow steps, because some Nigerians are still looking at it in the next 2 months. Are all these reforms going to crash? So you have to boost the confidence of Nigerians, people that are coming from the diaspora. But like we know, like I said, it's good this is coming, because we know by December, there's going to be an influx of people coming in. So if the Nigerian government has been able to steady this, from foreign airplanes that you must fly with Naira, you must make an option for Naira. By the time the dirty December is coming in, it will be beautiful.
Baby steps, baby steps. But it's a good thing NANSA has made this public so that we're aware, Nigerians are aware, the government are also aware, and they kind of try and see how they can mediate between the NANTA and, of course, this international airline. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we continue with the business landscape. Don't go nowhere.
Think like that because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding.
Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
You think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, why keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also let citizens see something. This is super business landscape.
The rise and fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as the majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster. Weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, the crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, leaving a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines have also suffered the same fate. Effective corporate governance, including robust financial management and adherence to safety regulations, is essential for any airline to succeed. The broader lesson here is the critical role of corporate governance in the aviation industry. Effective management, robust financial strategies, supportive economic policies, and modern infrastructure are crucial for the growth and success of airlines. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from both the government and the private sector to foster a conducive environment for aviation to thrive. Corporate governance is a multifaceted discipline that encompasses a wide range of processes, customs, policies, laws, and institutions that influence how a corporation is directed, administered, and controlled. The primary goal of corporate governance is to enhance economic efficiency with a strong focus on maximizing shareholders' welfare. Effective corporate governance has been linked to improved organizational performance, a fact supported by numerous studies. For airlines, factors such as board compositions, management practices, and regulating compliance significantly impact performance and operational efficiency and customer satisfaction are paramount. Robust corporate governance ensures that airlines operate transparently, ethically, and in alignment with both regulatory standards and stakeholder expectations. This is crucial for maintaining public trust, ensuring operational sustainability, and achieving long-term profitability. Across the Atlantic, one airline consistently ranks among the world's most profitable, Delta Airlines. What propels this country to such heights? The answer lies in its unwavering commitment to strong corporate governance. Delta's governance structure is robust, featuring a strong independent board of directors. This board comprises individuals with diverse backgrounds, skills, and experiences, ensuring a wide range of perspectives in decision-making processes. As of December 31, 2023, the board includes 10 independent directors and 2 non-independent members, one being the chief executive officer and the other a nominee from the Airline Pilots Association. Diversity extends to gender, race, and ethnicity, with 1 out of 12 directors representing historically underrepresented groups. Key committees including audit, corporate governance, personnel and compensation, safety and security, and finance play critical roles in overseeing various aspects of operations and governance. By bridging the gap between Delta's global success and the realities of the Nigerian aviation industry, a thriving future can be achieved. For regulators, strengthening regulations in Nigeria's aviation industry involves implementing stricter enforceable measures to discourage irresponsible practices while protecting consumers, employees, and investors. This includes a thorough review of ownership structures by setting up minimum competency standards for owners, exploring diversified ownership models, and enforcing stringent disclosure requirements. Regular independent audits should be conducted, extending beyond mere compliance to identify areas for improvement in operational safety and sustainability practices, thereby fostering a more robust and reliable aviation sector. Bayo Olaoye, Souk News.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding.
Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this market. Why keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn see something. This is supreme international.
Welcome back to Souk Business Landscape. Don't forget to comment, like, and share on our YouTube if you have been enjoying this. Now let's move on with the next story. President Bola Tinubu is set to inaugurate the newly renovated National Theatre. Yes, you heard it. National Arts Theatre at Igomu, Lagos, on Independence Day. That's tomorrow, 1st of October. Now, the announcement was made on Monday in a statement by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, the landmark renovation spearheaded by the CBN and Bankers Committee. It is a part of a major initiative to support Nigeria's cultural heritage and creative industry. It underscores a strategic investment aimed at boosting the nation's artistic and economic future. President Tinubu, who renamed the complex in July 2024 as the Wole Soyinka Center for Culture and the Creative Arts in honor of the Nobel laureate, will lead the opening ceremony. The event will host state governors, lawmakers, diplomats, business leaders, cultural icons, academics, and youth representatives, highlighting its national significance. Swift. This is a major one.
Yes.
Because I remember there was a particular film I went to watch when I was very young at the National Theatre. It's a spectacle. It's a monument. It's history. It's identity. It was shows that, yes, this is who we are. Yes. Now, I also remember actress Funke Akindele. Yeah. There was a film she did that grossed in over $1 billion. So I'm looking at the economic benefits of National Theatre. Funke Akindele premiering her film at the National Theatre and other international stars coming to the National Theatre to premiere their films, how much it will rake in. This is huge. And thanks to President Tinubu for this initiative, thanks to the CBN also and the Bankers Committee for coming together to revive this. And it's going to be launched tomorrow as a Independence Day present or birthday present. What's your thoughts on this?
Okay, so somebody was telling me, I was with one of the stakeholders in the industry some weeks back, about 2 weeks back, and we're just talking. And he started to talk about the National Theatre, and he told me that, am I aware that the National Theatre has been one of the most sabotaged projects in Nigeria? And I said, why? He said, it is now that Tinubu has put hand in it. And Tinubu knowing what he's doing is because when he was Lagos State government and they tried reviving that center, it was also sabotaged. And I said, what do you mean? He told me that, look, so he was giving me the sitting arrangements of the National Theatre. The National Theatre, I think, can seat almost 10,000 people.
Yes.
And it has over 10 halls.
Definitely.
So there's a hall that can seat about 10,000, another hall can seat 5, another hall can seat this. So he was like, if the National Theatre is functional, 70% of the hotels we have in Lagos, for example, that are raking in revenue from events, they will be run out of business. One, the National Theatre has parking space of over 5, at least, let's say 1,000 cars can park there conveniently. And it's inside, so it's secure. It will be the same generator that's running all facilities.
Yes.
If it's worked on, it has stage, it has a movie premiering, what do you call it, facilities. And also, it is ours, so it's indigenous and there's a cultural, like you said, a cultural tie to it. Why has the National Theatre not been raking in money? Question. So he was coming from the point where, over the years, some particular people have been making a conscious effort that every time there's money put into to fix the National Theatre, it's sabotaged. They will say something is wrong with the stage. It's only a few people. Of late, I've been seeing a lot of movies now. Normally, all the Joke Silvers, the Olu Jacobs, every time they have a movie, they are doing Wale showing card. There's a new one that is trending now, which has gone abroad. MKO Abiola, that's the life and time of MKO Abiola, a movie satire of MKO Abiola. The first place they were always performed at was the National Theatre. Of late, we are moving them to other places. I don't want to call names. And those places are now taking the center stage of theaters and acting movies now, or stage movies now. It all boils down to this same sabotage we're talking about. So now the president has now, so that was one era. Like the Tinubu administration, he has been able to, he's looking at the things that were messed up during his time and after his time, and he's trying to tackle. Now, the sitting arrangement, fantastic. Parking space, refurbished, touched up. The National Theatre can now compete with world global standard. I even heard that the lights have been factory fitted, that when they turn on, you see it's factory fitted and named with the National Theatre name, so it can be monitored if they are going to be stolen, high-tech equipment and all that. My next fear is, if you put new wine into an old bottle, what is going to happen? What is being put in place so that none of these things will be stolen, none will be vandalized, so that we don't start to hear stories again? And also, can we privatize it? I'm not very excited.
Well, it's a combination of the government
and the private sector, yes. Can we do more? Can we give that? Because when I was looking at the percent, I was telling a friend, can we do more?
Fully privatize it?
90%. 10% to government. Because over the years, we have seen, during President Goodluck Jonathan's time, he was very, very interested in Nollywood and making sure that the Nigeria, and I know how much, at least I heard figures, I wasn't there, he pumped into it, and we saw a lot of people buy cars, build houses. We had some people, relocated their full families to Canada and other places. Can we ensure, it's not just fixing the National Theatre, because I've heard the National Theatre being fixed, what is going to be done to hold it down? Because I know Chooks is a major stakeholder in this National Theatre. As somebody who has lived and bred the National Theatre, I want to know what his take is on this.
All right, so over to you, Chooks. How do we sustain sustainability, maintenance? And Swift is of the opinion that maybe 90% privatization, yes, it's a combination of the federal government and the bankers community, the private sector, that came together to make this initiative come alive. But Swift is of the opinion that if it goes maybe 90% in the hands of the private sector, it will fare better. What's your thoughts on this?
Well, first, I want to say thank you to CBN, the Central Bank of Nigeria. They did spearhead the renovation of that particular edifice. For me, government should take their hands off it completely and collect the monies that will be coming off proceeds. So managing it, government take your hands off. And whoever is going to manage it will be responsible to generate revenue, take care of that place, and pay to the government. That is what I believe. Now, let's also look at several other of that kind of magnificent edifice in Nigeria. In Lagos, let's start. There's a TBS not too far from where this particular one is. There are other ones too scattered around Lagos and in other parts of the country. How are we going to bring this iconic architectural masterpiece back to life so that people will want to visit, use the place, and it can also be a revenue earner? People always talk and shout about the White House, where Trump is presently occupying. But they also forget that that place is a tourist attraction, not just outside, inside. People pay to go and take a walk inside the White House on weekly basis, except when there are security issues, and they make a lot of money off it. Now, this is a place where the president is residing. Talk much of places where we know we can really commercialize big time. There are event spaces, iconic places in that national theater that happens to be Wolo Soyinka Center for Culture right now. Abegi used to be there. A lot of history is on that ground. How are we going to bring it to life so that people will want to visit and use the facilities there? So I believe it should go directly to private management, and they will and should be held accountable for maintenance and generate enough that was put in there in the first place yearly. We should see it as a revenue earner, not just something that we're using compensating somebody.
All right, so now also, I'm also looking at how to revive the cultural industry. And also, usually we've heard of Nigerian producers. It's producing a movie in Nigeria is capital intensive. You hear of producers selling their lands, their father's properties to produce a movie. And after production, they still have to promote it. They have to take it to some other cinemas and they pay huge amounts. But I see this National Theatre, or should it be a leveler for all young creatives, not just the big Funke Akindeles and the rest of them, their Folanas and all that. Do you think that this would also encourage young creatives, to be able to produce more movies and showcase our culture?
Yes, definitely. If you go to the National Theatre, there are not just theatre halls. There are several grounds there under the trees. There are several spaces there where you see young people come and they can rehearse what 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 they have, just like what you see here in Freedom Park sometimes. And we will look forward to those kind of openings where, in quotes, a nobody with no name can walk into the National Theatre and jam a Soinka having a reading. Those are those are things that will inspire people to greatness. We look forward to having festivals that are directly linked to the National Theatre. You see people going to Kent's festivals, they travel to Ghana, they travel to France. Majorly, these are community local festivals that grew into international festivals. And we want to show our movies there. We want to get awards there because we know that with that comes a lot of international sponsorship. Let's also start seeing that happen here. Now we have a rallying point that happens to be the new Wolo Shoika Center for Culture. Now, that name alone can attract a lot of collaboration. So, for creatives and those within that business space who want to start seeing things materialize, and the doors should not be shut based on name or age or location or where you're coming from. Let's have open doors. We saw what happened with Bank of Industry and a particular movie called Isoki. That was her first movie. I can't remember her name, and she did what those before her could not do. Even those that took loans and couldn't pay back, but she was able to break ground and had a major success on the first trial and paid back. So there are a lot of these kind of producers, a lot of these creatives out there. They are just looking for an opportunity, and National Theatre can be the next big thing that can happen to the creative economy if we see a lot of these businesses start growing and names, people put their money where their mouth is and start things with this particular opportunity that this administration has created.
All right, so coming back to Yusuf,
Yes.
the larger populations of those who visit the cinemas and theaters are the youths, yes, the old folks also. So how do we begin to, because everybody's not just going to wake up and say, oh, I'm going to the National Theatre.
Back there, yes. After
years of neglect, years of bad PR and all that. How do we also even get the producers, to premiere their films? Because, I mean, they have also signed contracts with other cinemas and theaters, whether in the country or abroad. How do we begin? What steps do you think the federal government and even the bankers community will take to make sure that this is possible?
So the first thing, like I said, the Tinubu administration doing very well, but sometimes they have a PR issue, which we all know. Imagine if the National Theatre, so they tell you that youth are the driving force of every economy. So the National Theatre just does an ad saying, walk into the National Theatre for free, and there's a space from here to here for content for free for Gen Z. I used to go to Landmark. If you go to a lot of these big hotels, before you look twice, you just see two young people with their phone.
Yeah, content everywhere.
Trying to, because they are looking for the ambience. In fact, there's a particular place, when you go there, you meet all the big content producers once you go in the evening because of the ambience of the place. And you can have one-on-one because that's where they are shooting. The place is beautiful. They need little or nothing, not too much effort to edit. They are shooting their dance and everything. So imagine if you now say, okay, we are giving you young people this side for free. Just come there, shoot content. And you don't just you create an atmosphere that is beautiful for content. There's a green screen place, where these young people can do it. You now take it a step higher, a notch higher. There's a small office. There are editors that are paid by the government with less than a bottle of Coke. They fixed your work for you. I'm telling you the truth. Do you know what the government will do? In the next 1 year, the National Theatre will be filled. Because when they come there as young people, they want to explore. What's really going on? Can we have a tour? And then you are told, oh, to have a tour around the National Theatre is 500 naira. And then they come. And let's say there's a partnership with a drink brand, and you get this bottle of this. And then they tour around and they see how beautiful it is. Next week, a friend will tell a friend. Upper week, a friend will tell a friend. This is free PR for whoever wants. It is just being intentional. Like he said, over the years, there was this joke that Ali Baba cracked over the years that I never got over. And he said when Obasanjo came into government, that he was walking around Asu Rock. When they said, why is that bed not laid? They say, oh, sir, that is the bed that Sani Abacha died on. And the bed has been left like that, not laid. And they say, take it outside, go and burn it straight away. I don't even want to see it. Fumigate the whole place. Now, if it was in America, that bed, not laid, the table, the lamp, how the cup of water fell, it will never be touched because people would pay to see the last hours of Sani Abacha, where he sat. In fact, there will be an AI design. But in Nigeria, the first thing is throw away the bed. Why? It's PR. And so we are saying if you can attract the younger generation, then you will build the National Museum. But from what I'm saying, I'm just saying, oh, you can come in, you can do it. I'm not saying anything telling young people that it's free. Telling young people, okay, this is your space. Telling young people, this is how you can have a tour. And so there are going to be limitations, except for the people who are already used to being there, like the cultural troupe, NYC cultural troupe and all that, who come there, or people who already act. So the government needs to do more. Once you can, it's not just having this amazing facility. What are you doing for tourism? Let's have an AI museum that teaches about Nok culture, Bini Empire, or your empire, Queen Amina of Zaria. You come there and you are learning a couple of things. There's a pride in what you are doing, not just having state actors and national people just sitting down looking like this. No, that's the truth. Because I used to do a show where I interviewed legends. You would see, Ali Baba would tell you that there was a time that they all used to meet at National Theatre every Tuesday. If you wanted the latest information for the casting you are supposed to have, you meet at the National. He said, under the tree. He said, what, sit there, what, talk. So they all knew each other. They knew each other from their starting days. Once this one is blowing, you can approach, because that's a place to build the next generation of creatives. I meet you, you are doing your video goes viral. We have been meeting under the tree or in the space for 3 months. I can approach you and do a collaboration with you. Compared to when you are far away, I'm far away. So, and this was what made the creative space so beautiful at that time. It made oh my God, it made the Majek Fasheks, the Raskimonos of that time, the Butchis. They would tell you how they used to meet at the National Theatre, how they used to go to a place called the Dock and sing songs together. So when this person blows, this person is saying, oh, play the rhythm like that, and there was friendship between them. The government needs to create those places for our creatives again, because creatives are very intelligent people, but not just create it like that. Create AI facilities, create ways that they can develop their school, put a mini technical college near that place. So that as a creative is coming in, I ask you, do you like to study mechanical engineering? I say, yes, there's somewhere there that you can learn a couple of things. I think that's critical for the next generation.
All right, Chooks, over to you. Your final thoughts on this. How do we also attract foreign investment? How do we bring in the big Wakandas and all that, those international blockbusters? How do we bring them to the national theaters? Because, yes, they win, we win. It's a win-win situation.
Well, we first need to know that, well, those people call it the creative, but hey, it's a creative industry and it's a business. So it's strictly a business, and people will put money where they see profit. First is profit, then is society, then community. So people will put money where they see profit. Um, Sadly, a lot of business people don't understand this industry, creative industry, not just entertainment. Entertainment, as in music, and it's way faster right now. But for stage production, for movies production, we are still lacking behind in understanding the business of these two things. And there are a lot of exportable potentials in them. So it's still that of interest, being able to sell what you have, being able to tell the potential person that is likely going to invest what he is most likely going to get in the short term and the long term. Are people available to invest? Yes, but do they understand it? A lot of people know. So education, education, education. Now we have a set, I will call that National Theatre a set, and a location. And we need to push, advertise, and let people know that you can come and do business here. We have a large mass of land. You can build any kind of village you want to build. And the train station is not far away. So you can as well do some turn from modernization to village. What do I want to do? There's space for you to do it. So it's marketing, it's PR, it's education, and it's reaching the right people, and things are possible.
All right, thank you very much, Chooks. Let's quickly move on to the next story. We have very limited time to go. Now, the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NELFund, has announced that its application portal for the 2024-2025 academic session will officially close on Tuesday. Now, the agency said the decision was to enable processing of pending applications and continuation of upkeep payment. It also revealed that fresh applications for the 2025-2026 circle would open in the second week of October and run until January 2026. NELFund Managing Director Akintunde Sawyer confirmed the development on Monday in Abuja. Now, he directed institutions to update student records on the student verification system, warning that unverified applications will be cancelled after October 8th. Institutions that fail to comply. He added risk being publicly listed. Now, Sawyer explained that upkeep stipends for the 2024-2025 session would continue until November, but stressed that students must reapply for new sessions to receive further payment. He maintained that the 20,000 naira monthly allowance remains unchanged, and repayment would begin 2 years after NYC. Now, with employers deducting 10% of beneficiaries' salaries. Now, I read the story also,
yes.
I think yesterday, and if someone asked me that, what if they don't get jobs after 2 years? What happens?
So you see, the beauty of this is that there's already a structure, and this is how it works abroad. When you take a loan, as when you are on a student loan, for example, the government is mandated to get you a job. So after NYC, you will notice that even when you are going for your NYC, the government will be mandated to make sure that you're in a good place, that they are watching you go for. That's why the ASU initially and the university system were kicking against it, that because there's now a scheduled time. They are saying, these people taking this loan, we are looking at 4 years. 4 years is 4 years. 3 years is 3 years. As soon as we are done, there's no reason why this person's name should not be on NYC list, because you know that after 2 years, it's going to pay.
Yes.
Once the person is done with youth service, so for example, they will be able to, if they do it right, they'll be able to schedule such people into Ministry of Works and all that, and you're absolved immediately. As soon as you're absolved immediately, there's a 10% from your salary. It's just going to be, they will just be removing it monthly. As you're getting your pay, it's being removed until that loan is paid off. Except you work harder and say, okay, I don't want to work for government, I've gotten this, and you pay back. So it's going to be a seamless system if it's followed well. The only challenge now is it going to be followed correctly? What they are now saying is they want people to keep reapplying so that it doesn't go like, because if you just say, okay, you assume somebody has 4 years, they know that as much as they paid a lot of students, maybe there were some backdoors. So they too, they are doing a lot of things to curtail. So if I wasn't a student and I was able to do a backdoor thing and I got the first one, then I must now submit papers and documents that are showing that I'm a student. My ID card, the revamped version, my biometrics, and so all these things must tally. So they are saying every year you need to keep applying. And of course, the 20,000 naira pocket money monthly is such a beautiful one for young people who really, their parents are poor and they can't afford it.
Yes, Chooks, in less than a minute, how do we guarantee that, let's say, you finish 4 years, 4 years is 4 years, and the next year you go for your NYSC, and the following year, that's 2 years after, you get a job so you can start paying for your loan? How do we ensure that jobs are available? And if they don't get jobs, do you think the federal government should also, look for how, maybe provide jobs so that they can, pay back their loan? Because the loan has to be repaid, whether they like it or not. Less than a minute.
Yes, thank you. You spoke like a prophet. You spoke like a prophet there. Finish school and NYC and get a job. It doesn't work that way. And that's one. And two, it's not the federal government's job. It's not the federal government that should provide jobs. The federal government should will make sure that the environment is available for people to create jobs, for businesses to thrive, and jobs will come. The federal government owns civil service. So that is what the federal government can do. And as we speak right now, that particular sector is filled up. So what's supposed to happen is when somebody is retired, then you fill up. But that's not happening. But now let's look at ability to create more businesses, more entrepreneurs that will also now create jobs for the next person, which means the new curriculum is going to help, and we are looking forward to be it working and working perfectly. So by the time you're leaving secondary school, you have a skill. By the time you're leaving primary school, you're looking forward to a skill. By the time you're leaving a high institution, you must have attended several of the hubs that is being opened and scattered around, so that you have a basic skill to start something for yourself. For those that are picking up the loans, make profit of it, get the best out of it, graduate, don't repeat. For those that have not, look forward, pick up. This season is ended. Open up next season. So let's look for being able to say in the next 4, 5 years, these are the gains that came off this particular policy. That's what we should be looking at, result oriented. And let's see in the next 2, 3 years, a lot of entrepreneurs coming out from these hubs and this technical idea and policy that the government is streaking out. And let's see positivities. But don't wait for jobs to come. We have to create it ourselves.
Thank you very much, Chooks, for this. More entrepreneurship and less so we tackle unemployment. This is where we will round up. From oil theft to draining Nigeria's economy to new deals in energy, creative sector revivals, and global policy shift in trade and entertainment. One theme stands out: the link between governance, market, and innovation. That's it on Souk Business Landscape. I am Olumide Shokoya. See you again for more insights that matters to business and beyond.
Like I always tell you, grow Nigeria, be Nigeria, and love Nigeria. Have a beautiful day, and I look forward to celebrating tomorrow's Independence Day with you because we are celebrating ourselves as Africans.
Think like that because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding.
Said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
We think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this market by keeping for their staff. Within this side, let's also learn see something. This is so business nice.
We've got just what you need right here at Venue Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Come Henry Itauma. I'm from Akwa Ibom State, Eke local government precisely. My primary school at Akwa Ibom Church Primary School, so young Eket, where I grew up in the early 70s. I moved into government secondary school at Eket. I finished my school set in 1981. It was a jolly good experience. Before I moved over to Lagos, where I did my higher school, Federal School of Art and Science, Victoria Island, and from where I took my JAM, then I got admission to study English and literary studies in the great University of Calabar. Growing up was fun, education was fun, we enjoyed the bits of life all we went through there, from primary to secondary school, the dormitory lives, my friends, my colleagues. Coming over to Lagos was quite an experience. My first time in Lagos, arriving after a tortuous journey back then. Went over to VI, studied along with some blue chip children. Federal School of Art and Science then, as it was called, just where we have the law school now. It was quite an experience. And back to University of Calabar, we had quite a drill, the studies of English language and literature. I happen to have specialized in literature, where we did a thorough work on all the spheres of literature, the landscape of literature. We almost exhausted it with key professors and lecturers talking about Afro-American literature, Caribbean literature, South African literature, Russian literature, literature of social protest. Then we come back to African literature, where we explored the whole landscape. African literature, African drama, African prose, and storytelling, folk tales, and trickster stories. It was a huge experience that changed my life. And coming over here, finished our youth service, did my youth service in Imo State then. We had respect as corporate. We were well treated. And came over back to Lagos, looking for work in Lagos, 1988, 89. We started a magazine in Lagos here. We call it the Hits magazine. It was tailored after the Right On magazine. It was a music magazine. We started that stuff in Lagos here, and then we couldn't sustain it because of the finances. Luckily for me, I was able to run, got a job with the bank, and then I started a marketing aspect for the bank. From the bank, merchant bank, when the bank went under, I decided to go solo. That brought me to the book industry. I have always have this passion for books, right from my primary school to my secondary school. My mom was a teacher, a successful teacher. We were encouraged to read books. We used to hide ourselves in the libraries, my local government libraries. So when I got admitted to the University of Calabar, all our long vacations, we were always found in the library. Of course, there was no GSM then. The library was our contact space, where we go to the libraries to get information about when the school is going to resume, because apart from news, radio and all that, you may not know when the school is going to resume. But when you meet with your friends, you know, in the library there, we meet with some other undergraduates, Uniben, Nsuka, Ife, some of our friends who were studying there, who came home for long vacations. We interact with them, and before you know it, we hear, you people are going to resume this, that, and that's how my passion for books get strengthened. When we resume schools, we exchange novels. We look for novels to read. We look for African writers series. We look for Headley Chase. We look for exotic books. We started collecting books. When we finished reading, we shared the books to our friends. We talked about the books, and from there we were able to explore the world. We sat down in the library and we knew what was happening in the apartheid South Africa. I did so much about the history of South Africa. I read about the Zulu aftermath. I read about the Mau Mau Wars, the challenge of colonialism, the pro-colonial times. I had a good teacher who taught me history in the secondary school, Mr. Tooten. He did a yeoman's job. He led us through the whole spectrum of West African history. West African history by Adekunle Aromo-Laran. We talked about the Oyo Empire, Songhai Empire, Timbuktu, the Great Mali Empire. You know, all these things stir up our curiosities. And since then, we never departed from books. I've worked in close association with the Institute of Public Analysts of Nigeria, IPAN. These are people that do analysis for products, water analysis, analysis of waste and effluent, radioactive activity, food and drug analysis. We have worked with quality control experts across the industries. We have worked with establishments where they do root crop research. We have worked with the pharmaceutical research industries, medical research bodies, malaria research establishments, cancer research establishment. These people look for us for specialized information in the management of special disease and treatment. Treatment in oncology. People in the area of traditional medicine, alternative medicine, natural medicine. They look for it. We are partnering with the Nigerian Institute of Science and Technology, Institute of Natural Medicine in Victoria Island, to work with them in the area of the development of herbal medicines in Nigeria. We have books we partner with them to promote. You see, medicinal plants from eastern Nigeria, medicinal plants from the northeast, medicinal plants from the southwest, medicinal plants from the south-south. We market these books for people who want to know. No, we are working now on the production in partnership with relevant institute of the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. We know about the British pharmacopoeia. We know about the American pharmacopoeia, the Japanese pharmacopoeia, and herbology. We are working towards having the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. This is going to be a compendium of materials that talks about medicinal plants of value, medicinal plants that have healing properties. We are working with specialists, pharmacognosy, phytochemists, and by God's grace, this is going to come into fruition. We partner with the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and all kinds of health bodies that we can't even mention. So many of them invite us for their annual conferences, which is rotated across different states in different years across the country. So we've traveled, and in most of these conferences, you have experts, deans of faculties, heads of departments that reach out to us with informations in books and journals that are relevant for their students and for their practitioners. We don't only market reference books and textbooks in all fields of study, all fields of human endeavor. We also market relevant journals, research journals, peer-reviewed journals in sociology, in psychology, in law, research journals in oncology, in public health, community medicine, in nursing, research journals in nutrition and dietetics, food science, international relations. We partner with the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs in Victoria Island. We have key journals in world affairs, African affairs, and these journals will help them to distribute to all relevant establishments and departments that need it. So it has been a great job, very taxing and exciting. Each book added a new spectrum of learning and knowledge for us. When we got into literature and poetry, we explored a whole lot. When we went into American history, the black history, we read about the nation of Islam. We read about Elijah Muhammad. We knew the struggle they had to go through, racism and all that stuff. And it really inspired us to see what we can do to add value to knowledge. And it has brought us this far. So it's been passion, not really born out of the money or whatever. Of course, when you have value to present, you'll be appreciated in many ways. We have had sundry appreciations from establishments, from institutes across West Africa and beyond. You know, we partner with international publishers all over the world to source cutting-edge materials for our clients. We take pains to go through a lot of materials that come in here. Whether there are new materials or whether there are new, we believe that when we are doing research, it is what is called cross-cultural research. You start from the past and then come to the present. Research in any field, what happened before, where we were before, and where we are now, and then we look forward. So we have a lot of materials for our clients, and we are on an endless journey of search. When we started this business, we came face to face with HIV. We go after books on HIV and AIDS. We got them across our clients and our readers. As we went further, Ebola came, and we sourced for materials for medical virologists. It's a virus. Clinical virology, we gave the books to them, and they were very happy. We got the materials. We did what is called public health awareness to get people assured that these things are preventable. That is not the end of life. You see, when you have the information, you have the confidence to practice. You are not scared of whatever. Whatever is coming in probably had happened before. All we need is for new information to combat the emerging diseases. There are journals that deal with emerging infectious diseases. We provide these materials for practitioners, and it has served the purpose over the years. Secret of my success has been the impartation of specialist knowledge, tertiary knowledge for professionals. You know, education and learning is a lifelong journey. People talk about continuous professional development. For instance, in the media world and the real estate world, we have partnered with people who are doing media studies, you know, the print media, the electronic media, mass communication as a whole. We have provided a lot of materials for them. So now we have specialists in the media, we have special editors, screenwriters, short story writers, photojournalists, you know, and we provide them these materials. In the real estate world, we have attended conferences of real estate practitioners, providing cutting-edge materials for them in real estate developments, information technology, property development, property law. All these materials assist them in the practice of real estate. We have gone far more. We work with people, the QS, quantity surveyors, town planners, environmental managers, people who do environmental audits, environmental impact assessment, you know, space planning. We work with them, you know, and these materials we get from all across the world. If you are practicing in this area and you need materials to improve your services and the value you are creating, you will need us. We have a whole list of experts in different fields that reach us when they have challenges, when they have need for special information to solve specific problems. They reach out to us. They call, yeah, a bookman, orange. We need books in this area. For instance, we had the former Minister of Health, that great woman, she will always call us back. Orange, we need books on international economics. And we used to give her books on international economics. And many other experts like that. We have books for people who are doing radioactive interventions, people who are doing environmental management, people who are doing analysis, food analysts, all over the spectrum. We provide books for them. Food engineering, we give them books on food, contaminants, food additives. These are not books to just go to anywhere and get. We have been able to interface with them, Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Reading has a tremendous impact on influence on human life. It helps you to appreciate issues, ideas, views, and opinion. It makes you an active participant in intellectual discourse and in intellectual environments. You are not ignorant of what is happening around you. It makes you a leader. Yes, not all readers are leaders, but most impactful leaders are readers. Books will change you. Books will empower you. Books will give you self-confidence. When I sit down with architects and I'm discussing, I talk about landscape architecture. I talk about interior design. They begin to wonder whether I studied architecture. Then I started talking with oncologists, gynecologists, maybe gynecological oncologists. They think that maybe I studied medicine. I didn't do no medicine. I've been able to read some books, interface with them. I have attended their workshops, so many, and I've read their books. Some books that come to me, I try to go through the introduction and the preface. I try to. Books in all areas. You understand? I was looking at a book on anesthesiology, and I found out that no serious surgery could be carried out without an anesthetist. Surgical intervention, is it abdominal surgery? Is it cancer, oncology? You need a professional. These are people that manage the airways. When the patient has been numbed with drugs for the intervention, the surgical experience, maybe for 3, 4, 5 hours, there has to be a resuscitation. And this is the specialist area for anesthetists. Not all doctors can handle that. You are doing cesarean section. You are doing ENT surgery. You need them. So you have a team of doctors that will invariably handle a serious, for instance, at the orthopedic hospital, we want to do amputation. You have the plaster people, you have the hematologist, you have the anesthesiologist, then you have the surgeon, who is a very good orthopedic surgeon to handle amputation, whether it's amputation of the legs and all that, because they have to manage, the hematologist will manage the loss of blood, then the anesthetist, then the orthopedic nurse will be there. Then we have the theater nurse will be there. All of them well kitted for the operations. It will look as if they are going to travel to Mars. Safety procedures, management of spills, cleaning, and everything. Then rolling the patients to a special, maybe it's an amenity ward where they are going to keep the person to manage the post-operative procedures and all that. Of course, there are surgical experiences, the tests, the examination, the review and all that before the real process. So these are not things we learned overnight. It has taken a process of time. And we got to know that, oh, this is how the deal is done. Great insurgents of e-materials, e-books, digital books, and of course, the World Wide Web. It has helped us to access materials easily. But you see, initially people were afraid that with the advent of the e-books and all that, that the textbooks, the physical books, would be phased out. But that is far from the truth. Libraries still get their core texts and materials. They have the sections for the core texts and materials and journals and serials. Then they have the section we call the digital libraries. Polytechnic libraries, university libraries across the countries, they have these sections. But my experience with these digital libraries has been the management of digital libraries, the power situation in Nigeria, and the maintenance culture. Most of the institutions that started with the e-library, they have always come back to complain that these materials, within a short spell of time, because of instability of power. You know, the computers and all the digital infrastructures, they need steady and standby power supplies. Most of them have acquired the solar systems to power these equipments, but truly speaking, it has not been sustainable. Sometimes we had some dubious students vandalize these facilities, and then people always have to fall back on books. With the smartphones now, students can get a lot of materials and all that, and but I can tell you that people who are doing serious research, they come back to us for books. You are doing research, you have to do your references, your bibliography, you have to show evidence, materials you have read, both online and offline. You are doing your doctorate program, master's program, to whatever level. The level we are now, we believe that we've added value to education, to training, and to teaching. Our next phase now, we're trying to see how we can give back to the society through our interface with like-minded NGOs. We have started our book cafe, all-range book cafe, where we invite people, it's a private library, to come and read and study in a relaxed atmosphere, where you can come in and do your book reviews. If you're a writer, you come in and do your book reviews, review your textbooks. Going forward too, we also have our NGO, which we are working on, that borders on environmental management. We call it the Campaign for Sustainable Environment. This is a program we have been running the last 5 years. We are talking about global warming and climate change. We do environmental education.
Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement, to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, we had a meeting with NBG, where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where we share their vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here to do. Editors, before we the chairman of the ICPC, before becoming the chairman of the ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali Sam is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali Sam. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our grandmother has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but an affirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandates, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. The contracts was to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure that sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended and Section 27, Sub-4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stern in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations. And transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption as subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agreed that we need to work together. As a former attorney general, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical. And as chief law officers, they need to work together with us, because by Section 15 of the Constitution, all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also, I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NRPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reached out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what do not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of proceeds of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Minister Akandi to Professor Wasson. I ensure that all their programs are intact and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that will be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you're aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which major institutions adhere to ethical standards. We release the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of the head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have given it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the one civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tayyip Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tankosunu, they were there. The former Minister of Nabos was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its best in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint table for us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our anti-corruption and transparency unit ACTU that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is unaccountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are taken for us. So that one too is something that I unveiled it last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to, and also how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We too we can follow, because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area that we need to look at. And also we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society, to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening, so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC, and we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy, because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court, because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts, despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the Supreme Court to please desist. Because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who owed contract, that is corruption. Because we don't have the mandate. And as for the Appeals Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in the office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engaging. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that Global Network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really an area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it. Because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you will recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fee to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we will keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence, or in silence. But your voices are the one that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely we will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our, try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever works within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby we are fighting those who are already determined to continue to prepare our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC for the past 25 years has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that's why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are running on the streets looking for a job. And the youth are the future leader of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we will make Nigeria great, and also we will tackle the challenge of our corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in all of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered, from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you are talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying I will say it here. My first contact with public working is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress and pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring. They will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I will decide here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even a public officer, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing. Because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money, and you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigeria that those who are trying, please try to support them. And distinguished, I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Everybody in this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detect corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it, and also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do that. So, this is second a problem. And also, we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process. Because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges. No, it is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the courts and the system should be fair to him? That's, you will see that that's going down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption, when you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem. Because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, they are taking somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as part of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the code of conduct, bureau, and tribunal. Any public officer with secure conviction and the agency refuses to aid him out, we will send him to code of conduct because they have the power to aid him out. So there is another way, so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. Also, the institutions are really weak because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the threat. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. These are areas where there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement you raise in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there's international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But we know that they can wear it somewhere else. And worst countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities and other things that will be frustrated because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of the National Assembly told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this your concern executive project tracking. You people are doing well. But I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. That was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning, he said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the projects. We have noticed whereby some of them they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you notice that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be big in one place, and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see where there is street lights instead of to install in the streets, normally we put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best. And we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who is facing trial. A child will file a charge against one of the former members of the National Assembly. A former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also, we know that we have been willing to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know there are a lot of things. And that's why the strategy is good. In the sense that let us recover the procedure of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable, or distinguished, this is a project supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, we are going to charge you now. You will go to the contract money. Because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that and we have recovered a lot. And even I will say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or insist that you are not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will be nice. But if the head of agency allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all our offshore agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all projects. That's why you, as media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, own their projects. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or your security, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you don't execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I'm not going to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on the issue of the right, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of process of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora on corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. All I have praised and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us have an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to our own countries. And we agree there are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also, as a media owner, here in Mantiki, we have a radio station and also a television station. I recommend your efforts for you to relate to the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is going to issue that will know where it produces. So I commit to effort and I believe always that God should come with effort. Everything is in your people, the age, the energy, you have capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it. You have the right team to drive it. But when you have this advice, you can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans, and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprised, of course, the media team as well. Stakeholders, you have a committee who also help to help you spread your good news. Also help you spread the good news, and then the public sector, the private sectors, and all that. Because when you say you want to work with media like you would like to work with, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, all the follow your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you. And greens and pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I have 2 questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number 2, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Musigwe. Engage him, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Bargaining takes place, and judges advise you to go settle out of court. It's because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NDC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge, and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered.
So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So you're coming out here suggesting that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue, because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I will go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also God knows what I'm doing, and also know my ability, because anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. If you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, or this thing. So on my part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge. Because that's the only thing I can say. Other issue which like the paper said that the lecture will give us. And some of the things I quite agree with you that those are the challenges, and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that Chapter 2 it is left in such a way that is you, the leader, that should strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think out of the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you, the level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to face this challenge of corruption that keeps on coming. And also, we are not justifying or depending the public office holders or the politicians, like you said, that we are saying that there is societal pressure. Like you said, it's a fact. We can't deny it. Myself as ICPC chairman, if I show you the number of text messages people are sending to me every day, you'll be shocked. In fact, I am even thinking that somebody has even forgotten that I am ICPC chairman. Maybe they are thinking I am chairman of one of the government because they will keep on sending. So, and also they will keep on calling, because the number of calls are such that they are unbearable. And we are part of the society. Even if we deny, there are certain things that even if you deny is a reality. And I agree that poverty is a factor. But also we have to keep on telling people that they need to consider public holders. And also we, the public office holders, also, we need to live a simple life. Because some of us, the way we are living a very larger life, that's why people will keep on patronizing you. But unfortunately, it is also us in Nigeria that are pushing people. Like that member I started with example, he told me that my constituents were telling me that look at this man. He has finished house already, he has an old car. Up to now. So people are even looking at you, there are certain things that even if you exhibit as a public officer, people will look at you that is strange. So why? Because it is the society that are pushing people to adopt a life that will put you in trouble. And once you resist, like I said, they will say you are awkward, you are difficult. You know, all these things. And we are all human beings. And that is why we need that support from you, the media, in your own writings, articles, and opinions, and also the public too. They need to support public officers that are transparent, that are trying to live within their means and within the ambit of the law. But without that, you will find one or two people that because of that they will derail. Because of that, that's why always I will raise this issue of pressure. Last week when I was in Gombe, and I told the chairman, don't allow anybody to put pressure on you to dip your hand in public purse. Let them say whatever they want to say. Because one day you are going to leave. It's better for you to leave, you go home and sleep well, than for you to leave and something to follow up which will be nice.
To success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot the opportunities, Michael Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and generosity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa, Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. his knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil, and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who, despite the odds, has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. The influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the title. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore the avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, one of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that could have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tremendous period with an unveiling determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he will erect a business dynasty that will span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globalcom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globalcom has grown exponentially, connect millions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Corn Oil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Corn Oil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is a testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globalcom. This was a pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation as a whole. Before Globalcom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globalcom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was a first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globalcom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globalcom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over calling Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Corn Oil expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a front-runner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence, not only in exploration and production, but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, he delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that spanned the globe, from commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residences in some of the world's most sought-after locations. Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking, too, has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
That's a special man to me. A very special person. that it's a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to appreciate, and to continue to pray God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s, Rafi Ladipo was a nobody, but through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God and indeed Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close. I know him. He's a man that loves to assist his friends. Even if he's hungry, he will come back and call his friend. This is the way it is done. So for me, my name, Dr. Adenuga Jr., has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated billions to cause closest to his heart, including education, health, and social welfare. He has funded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help our football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late Oluki Obaseki. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday he got the biggest disappointment of his life. That the company that had agreed to sponsor the league had rearranged, and they were no longer ready to sponsor the Nigerian league again, unless they cut the agreed amount, the initial agreed amount between the National League and their company, unless they cut it into two. And he asked, how will we now prosecute the league? And you can't prosecute the league. I'll get you a sponsor. Are you ready to go with Glow? He said he knows nobody in Glow. I said, I am Glow. And I quickly called the group CEO, Mr. Mohamed Jamil. And I asked him, why don't you want to sponsor the Nigerian League? He said they want to, but they don't know anybody in the Nigerian League. But, and I gave my phone to Oluki Obaseki to speak with Jamil. The man who was going to Abuja, who was ready to fly to Abuja, changed his mind because of what he had. That Glow was ready to sponsor the league. And paying what much more than the initially agreed amount he had with the other sponsor. That agreement took just 24 hours. And Dr. Mike Adenuga paid a sum of 610 million naira to sponsor the league. And of course, every year, there is always an increase of 10%. Recorded. So that was how the Nigerian League got sponsorship through Globacom. And to all of us as Nigerians, we need to thank Dr. Mike Adenuga.
His diversification and expansion strategies have not only multiplied his fortunes, but have also contributed significantly to Nigeria's economic development, job creation, and societal welfare. In the world of business, especially at the grand scale that Mike Adenuga operates, it is not so common to come face to face with challenges. His path to becoming a billionaire was not always smooth. He had a fair share of obstacles, some of which were marred by controversy. Of such instance was the legal issues he faced in the early years of his telecoms venture, Globacom. There were disputes over licensing and allegations of non-compliance with industry regulations. The Nigerian government was not always his ally. At one point, he found himself in a standoff with regulatory bodies. But what makes Adenuga's story remarkable is not just the controversy he faced, but the resilience in the face of adversity. He didn't allow these obstacles to deter him. Instead, he used them as stepping stones, turning the negative into a positive. His legal troubles were not just an obstacle, they were a test of his character. He passed with flying colors. Adenuga fought to clear his name and to ensure that his business complied with unnecessary regulation. His commitment to integrity has been a cornerstone of his success. Despite the disputes with the Nigerian government, Adenuga never lost faith in his homeland. He continued to invest in Nigeria, creating jobs, contributing to the economy. Indeed, the path to success is never easy. It is filled with trials and tribulations. But as Adenuga's story shows, it is not the challenges that defines us, but how we respond to them. Through it all, Adenuga has remained steadfast. His success a testament to his resilience. Mike Adenuga's story is one of determination, ambition, and unparalleled success. As we delve into the legacy he has built, we uncover a narrative of resilience and visionary leadership that has left an indelible mark not only in Nigeria, but across the continent and the world. His journey from taxi driver to billionaire magnate continues to inspire a generation of entrepreneurs who dare to dream and strive for success against all odds. Adenuga's contribution to the Nigerian economy are monumental. His businesses, from telecoms to oil and gas, have created thousands of jobs, fueled economic growth, and contributed significantly to the country's GDP. His generous efforts, too, have transformed lives and communities, further cementing his legacy as a leader who not only builds businesses, but also uplifts society. The respect for Adenuga is universal. From world leaders to business leaders, many acknowledged and admired his entrepreneurial acumen, his relentless drive, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. His name is synonymous with success, and his story is a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and tenacity. Mike Adenuga's story is a testament to the power of ambition. His journey from the humble beginning of taxi driving and petty trading paints a vivid picture of what tenacity can bring. He traveled the path of uncertainty and risk, but his unyielding spirit guided him through the challenges. His ascent to the pinnacle of success, becoming one of Africa's wealthiest individuals, is an inspiration.
It's a miracle walking room. It's a miracle walking room. It's the Alpha and Omega. It's a miracle walking room. He loves it.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Souk Enlightenment. Latif Jakonde. Born Latif Kayode Jakonde in the Ekbetedu area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakonde began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakonde editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakonde established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakonde ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakonde is
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the Midday News here on Suk News Television. We are reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Grace Komalafe. In the news, Speaker of the House of Representatives Abbas Tajuddin says Nigeria's long-standing practice of envelope budgeting will soon be phased out once the Tinubu administration's tax reform agenda takes effect. He explained that the system where ministries and agencies are allocated limited lump sum regardless of their specific needs exists because government revenue has been too weak to adequately fund all sectors. Speaking at an informal engagement with Nigerian youth organized by the Office of the APC National Youth Leader, Abbas said the new reform will design to expand revenue, improve transparency, and align public spending with national priorities. He noted that a stronger revenue base would allow agencies to plan more effectively and deliver better services. The Speaker also stressed that President Bola Tinubu and the National Assembly are working hand in hand to address insecurity while laying the foundation for sustainable economic prosperity. He assured young Nigerians that reforms under the Renewed Hope agenda aims to create opportunities and strengthen national development. The Nigeria Education Loan Fund, NELFund, has announced that the application portal for the 2024-2025 academic session will officially close on Tuesday. The agency said the closure is necessary to allow for the processing of pending applications and the continuation of upkeep payments to existing beneficiaries. In an update posted on its official X account, NELFund also outlined the timeline for the 2025-2026 academic cycle. According to the statement, the loan portal will reopen in the second week of October 2025 for fresh applications and remain accessible until January 2026. The agency stressed that the window was designed to give students adequate time to apply and institution ample opportunity to verify submissions. Reaffirming its mandate, NELFund said it remains committed to removing financial barriers to higher education through provision of interest-free student loans. It added that it will continue to work closely with institutions nationwide to ensure that all eligible students are reached and that no applicant is left behind. Still in the news, the National Association of Nigeria Travel Agencies, NANTA, has condemned the continued insistence of 3 foreign airlines on selling tickets exclusively in the US dollars, calling the practice disrespectful to Nigeria's sovereignty and harmful to the naira. The association described the move as an unfair burden on travelers and an attack on the local currency. NANTA President Yinka Folarin said, while most carriers have reverted to accepting the naira following recent improvements in Nigeria's foreign exchange market, a few international airlines have refused to adjust. He said their stance reflects arrogance and disregard for Nigerian customers, despite the country's effort to stabilize forex supply. Folarin stressed that the issue is no longer an industry-wide challenge, but the decision of a handful of airlines to punish the naira. He urged regulatory authorities to intervene and ensure compliance, warning that the continued dollar-only tickets undermines both consumer rights and Nigeria's economic sovereignty. And away from that, Nigeria's rental market is spiraling, with 2-bedroom apartments now averaging 2.5 million naira annually, a sharp increase from rates just a few years ago. The surge is deepening an affordability crisis and placing millions of households under financial strain. In cities across the country, tenants are grappling with housing costs that have outpaced wages and savings. From 250,000 naira flats in Benin to 20 million naira luxury units in Lagos, rent hikes have become a nationwide reality. Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, Kano, and Ibadan reflect the sharpest pressures, where urban migration, inflation, and limited supply of affordable housing have combined to push rents beyond the reach of many middle-class families. Analysts say this trend risks worsening inequality and forcing more people into overcrowded or substandard housing. Experts warn that without urgent intervention, the crisis could escalate further. They urge that improved mortgage access, mass housing projects, and rent control policies are critical to restoring balance in the housing market and easing pressure on tenants. And lastly, on the news, Britain will not impose a sales tax on private health care, Health Minister Wes Streeton said on Tuesday, dismissing speculations that the government was weighing the measure as part of revenue option ahead of the November 26 budget. Media reports had suggested the plan was under consideration as officials explore new ways to shore up public finance. The minister clarified that while the government continues to review broader tax and spending strategies, healthcare services provided through private channels would remain exempt from sales tax. He stressed that the move was consistent with the government's long-standing policy to keep health costs from rising unnecessarily and to avoid discouraging patients who choose private providers. The assurance comes as the Treasury prepares a budget expected to focus heavily on balancing economic stability with voter concerns over living costs and healthcare access. By rolling out the measure, the government aims to ease fears that patients could face higher bills in an already strained health system. And that's the news. We say many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Sook News Television. My name is Grace Komalafe, and coming up shortly is Just Africa. Please stay with us.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era, with the British claimed the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Atombo and into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Sook Enlightenment.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named
after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square, standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843. It honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics. We were very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs and is famous for its portico and steeple and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practice for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't do music much time. So we used to have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for Souk News.
The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sketches and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged Festac 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company, mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre. Souk Enlightenment. The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of 3 men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the 3 sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the 3 Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. 3 white-capped chiefs, clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The 3 Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodu Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The 3 Wise Men, Arometa, Souk Enlightenment.
Yeah, good afternoon and welcome to Just Africa on Souk News Television, your window into the continent's business, economy, and development stories. Here, we break down trends, spotlight opportunities, and track the forces shaping Africa's future. I am Omevi Idolor, and I will not be doing this alone. I have the beautiful and elegant Swift in the studio with me.
Amazing. Good morning. First of all, you look, it's afternoon already. Yes, I'm so used to the morning.
I understand.
But you look absolutely gorgeous. I love your jewelry. You look good. You look like you're about to go for lunch or dinner with somebody very important after this. What's your plan?
You know, Swift, I will not fall for this. You know, I know you so well.
No, but it's true. In fact, if I could package you in a bottle like a genie, I'll just take you away.
No, but you actually look good. Your hair.
Thank you, sir.
When I see beautiful hairs,
yes,
I admire them.
No, we decided to change color.
Oh, my. Okay. So, on today's show, we want to make you understand that in Africa today, small and medium enterprise, the barber shops, the fashion designers, the tech startups, the small farms
are not just businesses. They are the backbone of Africa's economy. But here is the real question. How do we help them grow big enough to shape Africa's financial and tech future? With the right financing and smart use of technology, SMEs can move from survival to global competitiveness. But the big question is, can SMEs truly drive Africa's financial and tech growth? Swift.
Okay, so when we are looking at SMEs, we are looking at the people, according to statistics shows that SMEs are the biggest trainers of the workforce, even especially for the multinationals. So a Shell, Chevron, Schlumberger, all the big tech companies, when they come to Nigeria, they don't just pick anybody. They pick people that already have experience, and those people have been trained by your SMEs. So without the SMEs, these people do not even have a workforce to pick. Now, sometimes they have to retrain, but they are bringing expatriates because they can't bring in all the expatriates. I think in Nigeria right now, there's a law of, there used to be a 70 that your expatriates must not be more than 30%. The local workforce should be about 70. I don't know if that's still or is less now. So the 30% is going to have to train the 70% who are coming from the SMEs. So the SMEs play a very critical role in job creation, mobilization, financial inclusion, and of course, building the economy. So the role of the SMEs is like asking the role of the mother in a house.
Can you imagine the comparison? The SMEs, the number of people they take from the labor market is unimaginable. Well, right now we have a guest standing by. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, you will meet our special guest. Stay with us. Welcome back to Just Africa. Today, we will be exploring the topic, driving Africa's financial and tech growth through SMEs. Yomi Olatunji is joining us to unpack this robust topic. He is an award-winning engineering manager and technology innovator who highlights how SMEs can harness digital tools, data-driven decision making and innovative performance management systems to compete effectively in the modern economy. Beyond corporate transformation, he is committed to mentoring young entrepreneurs and professionals through initiatives like the Evergreen Knowledge and Skills Forum, empowering them to adopt best practices and embrace tech-driven business models. Olatunji, are you there? Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon very much. Thank you for having me on the show.
How are you doing today?
I'm good, very much.
Okay, so let's go straight to the conversation. People often underestimate SMEs. So in your view, how powerful are SMEs in shaping Africa's financial and tech future?
So one of the largest sector in the economy today is actually the SME. The SME takes about, I think, almost 50% of the economy. So a lot of business actually are SMEs. They start up as SME, and the country, as a country, we need to actually grow that sector more and make them to be more robust, because that's actually one of the space where we can generate a lot of revenue and a lot of employment opportunities. A large number of people are employed in that space, and the more we actually encourage that sector to grow more, it's going to reduce the unemployment rate we actually have in the country.
Okay, so if you were to make the average Nigerian understand what SME means, driving financial and tech growth in Africa, what would you say to that average Nigerian?
So we know that today, in today's world, we're actually going into a world of AI and technology, data-driven solutions, things like that. And one thing is having the market, which majorly a lot of it is actually going to be the SME, and also having the technology and things that actually help them to grow. So a lot of growth is driven by both the market, both the supply and the demand. So if you have the demand and you don't have the supply, one of them is going to die, or you have the supply without the demand. So what SME is helping to do in that space of the technology is actually being the demand for this technology, the AI tools, the different platforms for software developers and for companies, technology companies actually developing these tools. We need the SME space to also grow so that you have the right customer for the tools. Because without the customer, the product in itself, the technology solution and everything, they are useless. A lot of companies, technology companies that died, they die probably because there is no enough adoption on the technologies that they actually produce. So both of this space, both the SME sector and technology sector needs to grow relatively at the same speed so that there is a balance in the economy.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah, Swift, your mind, we need to ask some questions.
Yes. Olatunji, good morning. How are you doing? Olatunji, are you with me? How are you?
I'm good.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Olatunji, as a tech person, there's a school of thought that says that the tech community cannot operate properly if there are no tech hubs. And tech hubs provide free lights, or most of the time provide a conducive environment for people to be able to develop and innovate things that they can actually now sell to the bigger brands like banks, where you can create a software that helps with security, and you can be able to sell to other security companies or banks or law firms or whatever. Do you think the government is doing enough? Government-private partnership, do you think they are doing enough in Nigeria to create tech hubs that are conducive for SMEs, because we know SMEs drive the economy?
Okay, yes, thank you. So yes, technology hub is one important thing that is actually important. So we have places like the CC hub here we have in Lagos, Nigeria, that actually incubate a lot of business. Quite a number of business and a lot of companies have actually been incubated from those type of hubs. We used to have Idea Hub also and things like that. But also, apart from just this hub, one of the things is for the government to actually provide infrastructure that actually help. I know the Minister for Sons, Jani, has been doing a lot of things in actually that space, making sure that we have a better fiber cable and things like that, that makes us to have actually good internet connectivity, that makes us to be able to also compete with the world at large. Because currently, a lot of, in the tech space in Nigeria, there is a disadvantage in terms of the power supply. Without proper power, people struggle to be able to innovate. There's a lot of young talents that actually want to build new solutions, that have this idea and the drives. But because they don't have a lot of funds to be able to be able to self-fund themselves, to be able to get everything they need, and because the power is not that good, the internet connection is the low-cost one, are not that good or not available at every point in time when it needs to be. It's difficult to actually compete globally. So having those infrastructure, if the government can actually help in getting some of those infrastructure do more. I know they're doing something I saw in the news recently where Minister Jani was talking about that they are laying some of the fiber cable on the ground in Nigeria so that it can actually help us to have better internet and infrastructure. And I believe some of those moves will also help us to be able to compete better globally.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much, Olatunji. Now, one of the major challenges of SMEs is access to finance. They find it very difficult. Yes. Some persons don't even know how to go about it. Now, the question is, how can digital platforms help these SMEs to have access to finance?
Yes, so digital platform. So in today's world, we have different platforms that actually provide funds digitally without you having to actually even go physically into the bank. So there have actually been, in the last 2 years or so, there have been a shift in the way finance is being made available. We are moving from the traditional way to a more data-driven way. But also as SME, I think one of the things that SMEs needs to do more of is actually getting their data and nesting the data more so that they actually have enough data to actually be able to present and be able to make decision of But for the finance bit, I know the different companies, different startups have been able to actually build solutions and tools. We have like, it's easy now today for businesses to get POS, to be able to get some of those things that actually make their financial operation easier than ever before. Before, is a longer process to be able to get some of those platforms. So today you have the likes of the Money Point, you have the likes of the OP that you can easily work in, even from the comfort of your phone, and be able to get access to tools, financial tools that you need to be able to run the business successfully. So there have been a shift, and I believe more things that we need to do more as an SME is getting and understanding more about data, harvesting it. So they are actually how they can actually drive more value from data is majorly like getting data collection, then analyzing and acting on based on the analysis that has actually been done. So because getting this data makes it also to know exactly what you even need as a business, the fund you need, maybe where what your customer is doing, and different things. And some of this data can also be something where you can actually present to the financial institution to be able to actually get access to things that you need, the resource you need.
All right, so Olatunji, thank you so much. I love your analysis. It has been so brilliant, by the way. There's a question that some people have said. Some people have claimed that young people, especially young innovators, are lazy. I want you to disassociate from this, or enlighten us. Some people claim that young innovators are lazy and they don't go out of their way to do proper research. A school of thought claims that the Bank of Industry has been giving out loans for tech, and a very few number of young tech entrepreneurs between the ages of 30 and below have actually gone out of their way to apply for these loans. So my question is, are youths lazy, or is the information when it comes to financing, especially when it comes to aid by government, not out there? Or are the bottlenecks just, too much, and they don't encourage young tech entrepreneurs to go and apply for these loans?
Okay, so as you know, there is this thing we call the Nigerian factor, because even when some of these resources are available, there's the Nigerian factor that comes in to be able to actually get access to them. So I don't believe that the young innovators are lazy. But there's a shift actually, because what the previous generation, the other generation, what they look at, what they count as being hardworking, is different a bit from what the younger generation actually count what they actually more gravitate towards. I'm actually a millennial, Gen Z. So at times I see this difference of where people feel like, okay, the Gen Z are lazy, but I believe it's more just a shift in what different people values. So, but it's not that they're lazy. A lot of the hardworking people I know are actually young people's, young entrepreneur, young tech people. I've met quite a number of people that they are very hardworking, and they go out of their way to be able to get things like this. You will notice a lot of the companies that actually, the newer companies that are actually making waves, even in the country, are funded by younger people, younger generation. But then some of these funds, first thing is the publicity is not so much there. It's not like everybody knows about it. But those that also know about it, at times the process they have to go through, there's that Nigerian factor. Even when the Nigerian factor is not there, there is already like the conception that we've been sold that, if for you to be able to get anything done, you can't do it the proper way. You have to go through some corners and be able to set some people. And a lot of people today, we don't want to go through that. So they try to look for other ways to be able to actually get things done, or look for like venture capitalists to be able to actually invest, or angel investors, look for family and friends to be able to invest into what they are doing, so that they don't have to go through this being at the mercy of someone to be able to fund their business. So that's majorly what's happening.
Okay, so can I ask a follow-up question? So back in the day,
Yes.
scholarships were being given. Most of our governors, senators, the older generation, they all had the privilege of having scholarships. And it was one friend told
Sorry,
another
but I
friend.
can't hear you right now.
Yes. Can you hear me now, Olatunji?
Okay, yes.
Okay. So I said back in the day, most of the older generation who are senators, bank EDs, PSs, most of them went through school on scholarships. Now, there were no phones, there were no internet, but they had a way of relating with each other. They would send each other a letter that, look, the German embassy is giving out scholarships for medical school, and this information, even without internet phone calls, they were able to share this information. Right now, this is the age of information where you can get information at your fingertips. There's a school of thought that claims that the Gen Z generation seem to be hoarding information from each other. So do you think people are not aware, especially a lot of upcoming tech hubs who need this financing? Do you think they are not aware because of bad PR, or they are not aware because people are hoarding the information? You get a loan and you do not want to share the process or share the fact that there's a company, there's an organization that is helping other tech startups to start up. So it's a crab in a basket kind of situation. You are the only one who wants to move forward and you want to pull down everybody.
Okay, so yes, thank you. So I don't think the issue is people really ordering the information. I think there is like the psychological effect when you feel like, because we are in a digital world where everything is available online, most time when you get access to some information or you get access to some piece of knowledge, you assume that everybody also have access to it, and with that you technically not share it. In the phase when there is when there is no internet, when the internet is not like the way it is currently, people get to share information more because, if I hear this information, most likely if I didn't tell this other person, the other person most likely they won't hear about it, because that it's majorly by word of mouth that information gets spread. So you go through that. So I was so one of the book in deep work by in deep work, it mentioned the fact that if you are actually someone that is off internet and everybody knows that you are off internet, you are not connected to internet. If there is something, a news that you need to hear, most likely you'll be the first person to hear, because you will have multiple people that will come and tell you those information because they feel like, oh, you won't hear it. But because if you are online, people assume that, oh, because this is online, everybody will have heard about it. So I believe that is actually one of what that plays out the most, because people already assume, so nobody deliberately tries to share the information. But I think it's just to encourage one another to actually share more, not assume that every information every knowledge you have is also spread. Everybody else in the world also have it. No, but also makes deliberate attempt to share it. But I don't think it's actually a deliberate attempt to hold the information. I don't think so.
All right, thank you so much, Olatuji. So I will take you back a little to decision making. You made mention of that, data-driven decision making. Now, SMEs, they are employers of labor. They take so many people off the market. They contribute, as a matter of fact, they are regarded as the backbone of Africa's economy right now. So because of the role they are playing in the Africa economic ecosystem. Now the question is, those people have this data with them. With their data, they go to banks. With their data, they meet some of these fintech. But they are also denied access to finance rather, maybe for whatever reason, asking for collateral, asking for whatever it is that financial houses ask for. What do you think SMEs need to know, or what do you think they need to have for them to be able to get enough finance for their businesses?
Okay, yes, thank you very much. So we need to understand also that most of the financial institutions are running for profits majorly, right? Majorly for profits than for empowering business. So one of the things that we need to actually drive more is things related to finances meant for SME. I actually work with a bank, and before I know there used to be some funds for micro and small enterprise medium. But I noticed in recent time, which is actually majorly funded by the government, so that they can have this at a lower interest rate. But I noticed in recent times, those type of lines, those type of funding have reduced significantly. So the government also needs to go back and start to make those funding available through the banks. Because what the bank will offer any SME or something at a rate that they will be profitable. And at the rate that the bank will be profitable, it won't help the SME. It won't help the SME because those rates will be too high for them to actually be able to run with it. So the only people that can actually help them, the SMEs, right, to be able to actually have funds that is affordable for them to be able to run the business. Because one of the major issues is not even like the fund is not available, but the rate will not work for the SME, for the business. Because when you're getting an interest, a loan at an interest rate of over 30% or something close to like 40%, the business you need to do, because as a business, you need to look at, okay, how much am I going to make from business, what to do to apply this particular rate.
Oh, hold on, Olatunji. Even with the data that they have, that they are presenting to the banks, and you feel the data is not genuine enough for the financial institution to loan them certain amount of money?
Okay, yes. So for the database, there is quite a number of things that the organization will actually look into. It's more of a risk to reward ratio, which is looking at it that, okay, if I loan you this money based on the track record you have, how long have you been doing business with me, will you be able to pay me back? So if based on what we've seen, based on the track record and whatever you're able to present, it does not present a comfort that the business is going to be able to pay back based on what they want to do with the money, based on the asset the company currently have, because also they will want to evaluate, okay, even if anything goes wrong, will the company still be able to have enough asset or resource to be able to pay back this loan, which is the major reason why you actually have to have a collateral, which you have, where collateral comes in. To be like, okay, based on you need this particular amount, can I be able to get back that fund from the business? So there are different funds that the bank have. You have things like the overdraft, you have like the term loan, which is overdraft is majorly for the working capital. I believe it's still easier for some business to be able to get things like that has to do like overdraft if you can be able to prove, like not just proof actually, have a business with the same bank in the previous time to be able to show that, okay, they've been doing this particular business, because the banks and the organization also run different models to try, okay, if this business has been based on trend and trends we've seen, if this business has been I've been doing this particular turnover over time with this organization, how much can we give them based on analysis that we've run, that we will still be safe and we know that the business will be able to pay back. So the data driven itself that the SME are going to do, that the SME are getting, it's not majorly for the bank to actually work, because banks generally also runs their own models. We have like the data teams and the data scientists, and so that runs different models to actually checks. In some cases, in today 2025, most banks already run some analysis and they already know how much they can give to the business. But also, what business can do with the data is to actually be able to make more informed decisions into how much do we even need, what can we do, and be able to manage their finances better.
All right, thank you, Olatunji. So, talking about my co-host, we talked about information, the new system, and all that for techs and SMEs. Yes. You will also agree with me right now that it is not always easy adopting the new technology, especially SMEs. It is not always. I didn't say it's not easy. You agree with me, right? Now, the question is, what do the SMEs need to do for them to be able to excel, to adopt the technology, this space we are now? Because if we really want our economy to thrive, they need to adopt the technology, the new technology that we have right now. What these SMEs that we have now, what do they need to do?
So I think one of the major businesses that we actually have, that the SME have, is that resistance to adopt, to make changes. So I understand one of the challenges is actually resistance to make to change. There's a way we've been doing it. There's a way my father has been doing it. They've been running this particular business long before, or long before, maybe long before I'm born, and this is the way it has always been done. But the thing is, the world is changing. The world is changing. We are in the world of AI, everything is changing. But one thing is also that the cost for some of this technology is also one of the main challenges, right? Some of these platforms are charged in dollars, and we know what the exchange rate where we are when it comes to exchange rate. So the cost is also one of the issue. But then there are things that have been springing up, and because of the exchange rate, actually, there have been a significant growth in building platform locally. So there are a lot of companies now coming up that actually offer the same service that you probably would have paid in FX to be able to get, that you can now pay in Naira. So there are services that the business needs to look out to. They don't necessarily have to go for the topmost platforms. There are platforms like Zoro that offer some insight that you can actually use to be able to get some insight from the business. There are different platforms. I know Flutterwave have like their store, Flutterwave store. There are different platforms locally in Nigeria that the business also need to look at and be able to integrate to their existing systems. Because if you don't integrate technology into your business, it's difficult for the business to grow, because you need to build systems. And how do you build systems when you don't measure exactly what you're doing, the decision you are making, the customer insights? You are not getting insight from what your customer is doing. You just know your customer. Probably you don't even have a proper CRM tool to be able to track what exactly these customers are doing, to be able to gain, or if there are actually potential things that you can get from the customer. So I think the first thing is actually to make a shift from the mindset itself, to be able to have a more open mindset to adopting technology. And the other one is to look more inward into different platforms we have in the country so that we can be more cost effective. Because I know the second major challenge is actually the cost.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So talking about being more cost effective, because costs, pricing and finance is a major thing that seems to shake our entrepreneurs. If you were made minister of technology tomorrow, what are the 1, 2, 3 things you think you would put in place to help finance and structure to build the young entrepreneurs, especially when it comes to tech, so that they can move forward in life, or they can be able to compete with world global practices, so that we are not left behind while other people like China, America, Germany are advancing, or even Ghana? What would you do differently?
Okay, so one of the things that needs to be done is actually we need more incubation system, incubation hub. I think we don't really have enough of it in Nigeria, and I think some that we used to even have, they are no longer available. So we need more of that. We need probably ones that is like a partnership between both the government and the private enterprise, because some of these things can usually be run by the private, but the government needs to partner with those private organizations to be able to actually have the incubation centers, so that new ideas and new innovations can easily come to life. And also, one of the things which I hopefully this government will be able to achieve is also to provide, I don't know if it's going to achieve it, is to be able to provide actually better infrastructure. We know that one of the things that technology thrive on, one of the things they survive on, is power and connectivity, which is internet. So the government needs to provide that better better, so that technology can strive better, right? And then in the form of finances is to make some low cost loan available for business. So business needs to verified business, right? Business registered business that you can actually verify that they are actually proper business, because one of the things actually is also some of the funds that the government probably is trying to make available. It doesn't get to the real people that actually have to use it, but getting it available to the business that actually running, that can also make this fund, that can make use of this fund to be able to also improve their business. So if we are able to actually achieve these 3 major things, we'll be in a better place.
Okay, thank you very much, Olatunji. Now, from your profile that we read
Thank you.
earlier on, we found out that you're so passionate about mentoring. You love teaching younger ones. Anyone
Yes.
that has passion for learning, for tech, for business, you are always available. Now, what is the biggest shift you've done or you've made in the minds of young business owners that has made them succeed? Maybe one of your success stories.
Yes, so so I'm part of an organization where we call Evergreen Knowledge and Skill Forum, where we focus more on people about to leave school, final year students, to be able to make them ready for either the labor market or get ready for the business world. So that we try to impart and train and mentor them in different areas that can actually help them. And one thing is, I've noticed in my life that the area where I've grown more, that I grow faster and grow, are areas where I have the right mentor. So based on that, that's one of the driving forces to say, okay, I've gained a lot from mentors, right? I've learned a lot from different mentors that have actually impacted into my life in different areas of my life. So the thing what we do is, okay, now let us also give back to the society in that area so that they can also grow more. So I've had a couple of people that have actually come into tech based on the different trainings that we've organized and different mentorship sections that we have after even the training. Because the trainings are actually free. So we've been able to get people to venture more into tech and be able to understand they can different things that is actually available to them. Because a lot of people see they don't have this exposure into what are even available, what is available for you, what tools do you have that you can actually integrate to your system, what knowledge can you add to the existing knowledge you have, maybe in terms of data analytics and things like that, to be able to actually improve on what you have currently. But we've been able to actually help a couple of fresh graduates to add into their knowledge base and be able to gain more insights into what is available.
All right, so talking about what's available, I want to ask a question. So you see, in every order, for example, let's use the music, the entertainment industry, the music, the movies. These people have been able to attract foreign investment. And you must realize that foreign investment would change the game anytime. What do you think SMEs can do, especially the tech guys, because tech is tech everywhere? What do you think the tech people we can do more to sit and attract foreign investment, foreign partnerships, foreign collaborations? Because from foreign collaborations and partnerships, and that is what will drive the tech space to the next level. We've seen that in Ghana. We've seen that in Kenya, which is now, they are now running as some of the most developed tech hubs that they have. They are running as mini tech stations for a couple of countries outside. What do you think Nigerians' tech space can do to attract more of these people?
Yes, so getting foreign investment and foreign investors into the country and being able to invest into the business and things like that is actually a very good thing, and it's something that most business actually want to do and be able to achieve it. But I think one of the things that investors generally look at is the track record of the founder, to be able to know, does the founder have things that they've done that we've been successful about, and then that should give them like an assurance that, okay, if you've tried this before, if you've done this, you'll probably be able to actually get you won't just lose my money. You are serious about this thing. So it's about the seriousness. And so the first thing most time is to even build up the right team. Because most investors don't only invest into the business, they are investing into the people running the business. You want to be sure that your money is in the right hand. So the first thing is making sure that you have the right set of people in your team. Because you will obviously, the investor will obviously ask who are the manager, who are the co-founder and things like that, people running this particular business. And that's actually important to actually have the right people. And
hello, Alantuji, are you there?
I think we are back to a slight glitch in
Yeah.
the network. This is part of the investment we are talking about. If we can have more younger people come up with the issues, troubleshoot issues that are happening. It's hard. There was some of the biggest stations in Nigeria, Africa. You are watching them with a guest on Zoom, and there's a glitch online. And so we are asking the next question: what is the next generation doing? And what can they come up with to stop this glitching? There can be an app. There should be something that you can come up with and stop the glitching. Because someone very young came up, an innovator in America came up with a Zoom, how you can cheat Zoom. So what you do is, there's a particular picture when you have a Zoom meeting, especially during that time, during COVID, where meetings were going on back to back in the office. You're having your office meeting. You just put a particular still image there. And the image is not just still. The image is doing stuff for like 3 minutes. So every 3 minutes, the image just, and after a while, the image just, and so it's reacting. And so in your Zoom meeting, everybody feels like you're actually taking notes. You are there, or you're on your bed and you're sleeping. I saw that interview, I think, on CNN, and I was laughing. And so young people, and so they said, some people claimed, oh, that's a lazy approach. Young people are coming up with dynamic things. That's part of the argument. Why are people not coming up? Because glitching has been a part. Why are we not looking at, as tech people, why are tech people not looking at solutions that can stop glitching?
Okay.
Yes. So instead of just coming up with chilling when you are watching your Zoom video and, new ways to clean up your face.
Yes, I love the fact that young people are coming up with ideas, SMEs are coming up. Yeah, I really wanted to ask him about sustainability of the success story that his organization has been able to do. SMEs, like we started with, is not something that anyone should just turn a blind eye to.
Exactly.
Now, most people think when you mention SMEs, they'll tell you it is not just the roadside salon. Do you know how many, when you went to the salon making your hair, you will find out that the salonist has employed like maybe 5, 10 people, thereabout. Those people are earning and they are learning at the same time. So if we decide that, okay, because of technology, like he rightly said, this is how I'm going to, with this how we've been doing it, so we are stuck to that, it's not going to help Africa.
Yes.
So as they are taking people off the streets, taking people off the labor market, it is highly advisable that they also embrace technology.
But now, in Nigeria, a lot of people are embracing technology. If you go to the market, even Oshodi market, I go to Oshodi market a lot, and there's barely a woman that sells in Oshodi market that doesn't collect transfer anymore.
Yeah.
Now, 4 years ago, some people will say never, God forbid. So it is how well you can push technology. Then, of course, we should not forget about technology can only advance also with government support. So if there are rules and regulations, for example, we saw how the financial institution has been able to limit withdrawals by POS. Limiting withdrawals of cash from POS and from your ATM machine has made people embrace the technology of mobile phone transfers, interbanking systems. If these limitations did not come, they would not. So the next question I wanted to ask you, but he's off, is does he think that the government plays a critical role in SMEs advancement? Because there are some rules the government can just make. One rule can do a 360 change for the SMEs. For example, the taxation. Taxation now states that there's a certain number of SMEs, they are not supposed to be taxed. Even among what you make, you are only taxed on a percentage of your profit, not your total income to buy your stock and all that. It is the profit coming that you are being taxed on. And smaller SMEs have been evicted.
If you are making between 800,000,
you have been exempted from taxation. So you see, all these things would help SMEs to build. There are also new laws that people in tech, the pharmaceuticals, if you are bringing in drugs, all those small people that have small medications, and you need to bring in some small things to make drugs, anything that has to do with pharmaceutical importation now, the taxation on it is removed. So you're looking at somebody who is a small SME, who is making something small like balm and all that. The taxation on all those things coming in, they have been removed, subsidized. So it means that these laws from the government will aid SMEs. They will make life easier for SMEs. Or can the government do more? Yes.
Yes. Yes, can the government do more?
Yes.
The answer is yes, but it's like you said, it's going to take a process. It's a step at a time.
You want to run?
No, we don't. We first of all have to. We have to work before we run. So we go on this quick break. But before we go, I want to say a very big thank you to Yomi Olatunji. He is an award-winning engineering manager and technology innovator who highlights how SMEs can harness digital tools, data-driven decision-making, and, of course, innovative performance management systems to compete effectively in the modern economy. He has done well and he has spoken well, and I hope that when we ask for his attention next time, he will make himself available. But right now, we'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, we'll be going straight to the second segment of Just Africa. Don't touch that. We'll be right back.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR kits and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, Souk News.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are three reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances, unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationship with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is a need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for Souk News.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem-solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, Souk News.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum.
Hello and welcome to another episode on Cashcraft, the show that helps you see business where others see problems. Today, we're talking about plastic waste recycling, a hustle that's turning pollution into profit. Without taking much of your time today, let's dive straight into it. We start with the steps. Step 1, start with collection. Plastic is everywhere. Sachets, bottles, packaging. But for business, PET bottles are gold. Start by partnering with waste pickers, shops, schools, or run your own buyback point. Now you're going to offer incentives. It could be 100 naira per kilogram, depending on location and type. You need to do research on that actually. So once collected, bottles must be sorted by color and type. So you know, clean, clear bottles fetch more money. So pay attention. Let's go to step 2. Clean, crush, cash, nests. What am I talking about? Wash them. Remove caps and labels. Then crush or shred them into flakes using a plastic crusher. These flakes are what buyers, local or export, actually want. Now clean, well-sorted flakes commands better prices. Think 200 to 350 naira per kilogram depending on quality. So with a semi-automatic line, you can process up to 1 ton daily. That's real volume and real money. Let's go to step 3. You need to know your market, your buyers, including local manufacturers or plastics textile companies. And even exporters, that's very important. You never can tell. Some flakes are shipped to India, China, Vietnam, or reused here in Nigeria to make buckets, chairs, or even new bottles. So let me give you a pro tip. You need to form relationships with aggregators or industrial buyers. And if you can process into pellets or fiber, your margins jump like boom. So step 4, add value, add impact. Don't just collect, create. Now some entrepreneurs now turn waste into tiles, paving bricks, and designer bags. I tell you, a lot is happening with recycling bottles. So you reduce plastic pollution and you add jobs while doing it. Step 5, learn the rules. This business is tied to regulations. So register with local waste authorities, and if you plan to export, get listed with NAFDAC or the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC. Now complying means credibility and access to big opportunities. Recycler, na bottle we dey see everywhere, gutter, road, market, but with correct machine, you fit make better money. The work dey stressful, but if you no lazy, you go pay. Of course, there are challenges: dirty waste, poor sorting, market fluctuation. Sometimes power supply slows down operations, but where others see nuisance, you should see niche. It's a dirty business with clean money. So here is your takeaways. Plastic recycling isn't just about helping the environment. It's a smart hustle. It's scalable, impactful, and already reshaping communities. From bottle to bank account, plastic is profit if you know the game. And I am Grace Komalafe. I'm here reminding you that waste is only waste when you waste it. Until next time, keep crafting your cash.
Lesotho, a country like no other on the African continent, and in fact, like no other in the world. Nestled entirely within the borders of South Africa, Lesotho holds a unique geographical distinction. It is the only
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa. You can follow us on all social media platforms at Sook News Television. Please like, comment, share, and we'll as well respond to your comments. Okay, so in this second segment of Just Africa, we'll be exploring how to harness project management to drive Africa's business growth. Across Africa, we have no shortage of brilliant ideas, talented people, and natural resources. Yet, many projects and businesses struggle to succeed. Roads left unfinished, startups collapsing, and investment wasted. Why? One key reason is poor planning and weak follow-through. Project management is a critical tool for accelerating business growth, improving operational efficiency, and ensuring the successful delivery of strategic initiatives. Joining us to delve deeply into this conversation is Praise Folorunshaw, a certified professional Scrum Master, project manager, and sales professional. He has spent years applying agile principles and project management frameworks to help organizations streamline operations, improve client engagement, and drive business results by integrating project management methodologies with real-world business practices. He demonstrates how structured planning, monitoring, collaboration can unlock value for Africa enterprises. Hello, Folorunshaw, are you there? Okay, if you can hear me, Praise, please unmute your device so we can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you clearly. How are you doing today?
I am good.
Thank you so
and
much
you?
for having me.
I hope
I'm
you're
very
good
well.
where you
I'm
are.
excited to be here.
Okay. All right, welcome to the show
All right.
once again. So I want to ask,
Thank you so much.
can you make the average Nigerian understand what project management is, using a relatable example to drive it home? Because most people, the moment you mention the word project management, they think it is something out of the world. It's for big companies. Can you just break it down to the understanding of the average Nigerian?
All right, thank you. So, projects management basically, is being able to articulate your tasks. There is almost nothing that we do that is not a project. You deciding to it doesn't even have to be building softwares or creating buildings, creating stuff. The most basic, our day-to-day activities are projects. Doing your most basic task or collating news report, that is a project. Delivering the news report, that is a project. So project management basically is being able to articulate these things, being able to articulate the things that you need to do, to work for you in the best way, optimizing time, optimizing resources, and ensuring that you're delivering as you should. So, in layman's theory, that is, project management is articulating your tasks and delivering as you should.
Wow, thank you very much. Now, I want to ask, we have so many of government's projects that are abandoned. Would you say it is lack of project management that led to the abandonment of those projects, those things that are supposed to be useful to the society that are wasting away? Is it as a result of lack of project management?
So about those, that's a bit beyond. It's a bit beyond the management of the project. Uh, it could be due to a number of factors, but yes, poor management is one of the major reasons, and it's not just from the point of the contractor. It also boils down to the workers who are supposed to deliver the job. So yes, I think at the end of the day, it still points at poor project management. Because I mean, if you're not allocating resources like you should, that is poor project management. If you got the contract and you're not delivering like you should, you're not maximizing time like you should, it is poor project management. That's why you get a project within a street. So just tie a road within a street, and this is gonna take so many months. It is just poor planning and poor use of resources. So that's where project management comes in. If you have a great project manager at hand who is ready to do his job, he looks at this thing, he looks at the available workers, he looks at the manpower on ground and the resources, and is able to optimize this to deliver, the best results. Because time is one very important thing in project management. Time, resources, this includes manpower and all that. So being able to channel all of these to work together to ensure that these projects are delivered is really vital. So yes, at the end of the day, I think it boils down to poor project management, because it doesn't just start from the contractor or the workers. Project management is a bit bigger than that.
All right, thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
Good morning. How are you doing? Hello, are you with me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. So there's a popular project management terminology that says if you fail to plan, you have planned to fail. And so there's something in project management which is critical, which is called risk management. Now, do you think a lot of projects in Africa fail because we avoid risk management? So somebody wants to go into a business and you sit down as a consultant and as a project manager and tell the person, let's do the risk management. In case this fails, what are the things we are putting in place? And the person says, in the name of Jesus, it will never fail. And so the question is, as project managers, because a lot of project managers face that, I'm a project manager too, do you think that the isolation of risk management from the African culture, where we hate to assume something negative can happen, has been one of the factors that has facilitated and mitigated against us having effect in building infrastructure and completion of a lot of tasks?
Thank you so much for that question. I think it is really insightful, because this is one problem that I think we have, especially in Africa, maybe Nigeria even, to be precise.
Yes.
So about risk management, as you've said, a lot of times when you talk to people about risk management, they go on to pray and say, oh, it's never going to be my portion. This business I am starting is definitely going to work out and all that. It doesn't work like that. The fact that you failed at one business doesn't mean, you're not still going to even make it in that line of business. So even the same Bible that we are referring to, when Nehemiah was building, I mean, sorry for those of us who are not Christians, but when Nehemiah was building in the Bible, you remember that he had risk management in place. He had mitigations, he had armed builders. This is a very basic example of project management. Nehemiah was backed by God clearly.
Yes.
Still, he had risk management in place. So risk management is not you saying your business will fail. It is not you saying, oh, this project will not work out. It is just you understanding that it is what you have to put in place, because these things happen. In fact, there is a high likelihood that it may happen. So you have to put risk management in place to mitigate your loss, calculate your risk. You can't, if you talk to like great people and not just, even if we leave the day-to-day aside, you talk to these people, they tell you how they do not just take risks. Yes, they take a lot of risks, but they take calculated risks. That's why a lot of them will always have backup somewhere. You need to have a plan that, if this doesn't work out, how do I back this up? How do I put this risk management? So we need to let go of that mindset of, oh, whatever once I lay my hand, it has to work this first time. The world is not like that. The world is not like that, which is why, I had to give a Bible example to support that as well. And yes, I think that was a very, very insightful question. Thank you for asking that.
All right, thank you very much. Now, when we talk about project management, again, people look at it maybe from the construction aspect, maybe the engineering aspect. That's what people mostly look at. But I believe that project management is a daily thing. It's for SMEs, for businesses in the office and all that. Now, my question is, how can SMEs, small businesses, or even big businesses, how can they bring in project management into their daily transactions? Are you there? Praise.
Oh, I think we're having the beautiful glitch again. Yes. Praise.
Hello, Praise. Are you there?
All right. Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I am. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
All right, good. All right. So about project management and SMEs, and then to also reference your mention about a lot of people think project management is just about building and all that. That's really true. When I tell people, oh, I'm a project manager, the first thing that comes to their mind is, okay, so if I have a building I want to manage, if I'm starting something up, funny enough, that is not even my niche, my project management niche. I mostly deal with software development and the agile framework of project management. So it's not necessarily the physical buildings. As you mentioned, project management is our day to day. You're building a software. That means you're managing a project. You're working towards an event. That is a project. You're trying to learn something. That is a project. Even putting together, this this program was a project. So every day we encounter and we, work on projects. So about project management and SMEs, what project management will do for SMEs is provide structure, which is one thing I think a lot of small businesses probably lack. Small, medium enterprises, a lot of them lack structure. And I do not think you can scale without structure.
Yeah.
So to build, to scale, you need structure. So you need to put project management in place because this helps you set clear goals. This helps you set deadlines. This helps you understand roles and accountability. So you're not just freestyling it. And a lot of people will think, oh, how will I be the CEO and I'll be the project management? That is the essence of an SME. You don't have to employ anybody to be your project manager for a start. There'll be a point when you have a lot of tasks to deal with, and then small business, you can start outsourcing that role. But from a start, it's something that you can handle. Project management is really vital. This is the part where you set clear goals, you set clear deadlines, you understand roles, you understand accountability, you understand, oh, I need to do this by this time. I need to run this ad at this time. I need to study what these ads bring in. And it helps you understand your business a lot better because you're more involved. You understand metrics, you understand analytics, you understand KPIs. And this is one thing that really helps business owner, understanding the backlogs, the items you want to work on. At one of the companies that I work with, it is very important that we structure our lead tracking. I do with monitoring leads and how it helps our brand. So these are things that you need to track. You need to track your activities. You need to monitor what they are bringing in, and this way you're even able to focus on the actions that matter the most. You're able to prioritize the things that you do and how you do them and when you do them as well.
All right, Praise. Thank you so much. Brilliant analysis, by the way. And so there's a question or there's a school of thought, and I want to ask, do you think overlapping in project management is critical, especially for small SMEs? So I'll give an instant. When you're building a house and you decide to overlap, you know that as you are roofing, you can, by decide, if you are roofing, maybe you can be white sand washing the walls or whitewashing the walls. Those two workers can work side by side. If you've roofed this room, by the time you are moved, they are moving to the next, this other one. So you are doing it pari passu, reducing the cost and the number of days workers are there. Now, a lot of people, like you said, people always put project management, box it into for building construction. Do you think overlapping is a critical step that SMEs should take when it comes to business to help to manage funding and staffing?
Okay.
Yes.
So, I urge you mention overlapping and I urge you mention SME, but I didn't really get the question. Can you hear me clearly?
Okay, yes, I can hear you now. Can you hear me now? Praise.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so I was asking the question that do you think overlapping is a critical tool for project management that all SMEs should use to help to manage finance and staffing? Do you think it's something SMEs should adopt? Oh, okay.
Okay.
Fraser, are you there?
So about overlapping.
Yes.
Yes, I think so. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me clearly? I
Yes.
can hear you. All right. So yes, I think especially in the early stages of a business, you need to understand overlapping, and you need to be able to, take advantage of it for your use, because you're at the phase where you will have a number of things ongoing, going on at the moment, and you need to attend to them. In as much as you need to layer your priorities, there will be days when you may need to undo two projects, at the same time. And that is fine. As you mentioned, regarding the instance that you gave, even in buildings, and it works out. But overlapping will not work in, scenarios or frameworks like Agile. Because in Agile, we deal with like iteration, like it's an iterative process. That's like one after the other. So you have to pick one off, sort it, then move it, then take another one. And so it depends on the framework, the context, and what you're working on. So I think for SMEs, overlapping should actually work for them, especially when they're starting out. Like you need to be, quote and unquote, be able to multitask.
All right, thank you very
Because
much,
at that
Praise.
point, you don't have, yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. You mentioned earlier that every project, whether in building, whether in software development, whether in SMEs, any sector requires project management. So are there principles that helps project managers succeed in their daily activities? And if there are, what are those principles?
All right, thank you. So, first thing I will mention is time management. Important things in project management. You need to understand how to manage your time, because you do not have all the time in the world to deliver your deliverables, and you also need to have like clarity of vision. You may not, in some context, you may not see the end goal right from the start, but have an idea, be clear to be able to take the next step. So that's also important. So time management, one, clarity of vision, uh, you know, communication. As a project manager, you're not working alone. So you have to be able to communicate and carry other people along. That's really vital. Communication, time management, clarity of vision. So communication still stakeholder engagement, that still falls under communication. So communication covers stakeholder engagement, teamwork, and risk management. We spoke about that earlier. As a project manager, if you do not understand risk management, then you do not understand project management. So yes, I think these are the most important, the basic level, most important tools: clarity of vision, the time management, communication, and risk management. So I think if you're able to understand and utilize this, you're going to succeed as a project manager, and then keep improving, because the world is not stagnant.
Yeah, the world is
The
not
world is not
stagnant,
stagnant.
really. So
Yeah, so you have to keep learning.
would you say that project management is the bridge between foreign investors and local businesses?
Did you say the bridge between foreign investors and local businesses?
Yes. Maybe some investors feel that we Africans, we don't know how to manage time, number one, because we have the saying, Africa time. Well,
African time.
we're supposed to be somewhere at a certain time. We give ourselves extra 2 hours and we call it Africa time. So do you think that project management would help bridge the gap, maybe help the foreign investors understand that, okay, those people, they actually know how to manage time, they actually know how to manage their resources. Do you see it as a bridge at all?
Yes, I do see it as that because if we look into this, you realize that investors need to trust you before they invest in you. And when they look at how we are handling our own projects, and they see, okay, even the most basic project, it takes you all the time in the world, you mismanage resources, you're not building properly. How then will I trust you with my money? But if I see, okay, your projects are properly managed, they are well articulated, you're delivering as you should and managing your time the right way, then why not? There are people I've worked with, like foreign bosses that I have worked with, and to be honest, I don't think a lot of them come across uh, come across thinking, oh, this guy is a poor time manager. You just need to prove yourself. Just show them. They want you to show them that, okay, you don't have that old African time. I've never had that kind of encounter. So you just need to prove to them that you understand what you're doing. We're able to manage our own projects right, and we're able to deliver as at when due. That's all. Your investor, your boss, they just need to trust you. So, and yes, I think project management, effective project management, will help bridge the gap between investors and, yes, I think that's a valid one.
All right, so Praise, I want to ask a very realistic question. When you get employed by a boss as a project manager and you know everything that is supposed to go on properly, articulately, time management, to overlapping, to risk management, but your boss, who is your employer, and like they say, who pays the piper, dictates the tone, keeps, shutting you down and telling you, let's go towards this angle, which happens with a lot of employers and employees. How do you think that affects project management? Because I've been on some project sites or worked with a team, and it was literally the owner of the business that crashed the project manager's time management skills and all that. What do you think first? Do you think it affects? And secondly, what do you think project managers should do? Because you are in the line when you are working for somebody who seems to, even though he has employed you for your expertise, seems to detect the tone of what you do at every point in time.
Okay. So, to be honest, if you've worked long enough, you will understand that there will be bosses like that. There will be people who pay you to do the job and will still try to tell you how to do the job. So you've got to prove yourself once again, and you have to learn the art of communication. Because as a project manager, you work with so many different types of people. You will work with so many different types of people. So you need to be able to find balance. In this context, this person is your boss, and it feels like, oh, this thing has to be done this way. If he says that the first time, there will be times when you need to stand your ground. And in instances like that, you may need to speed up the results a bit. And when you're able to, take your times at the same time, speed up the results, and he sees, okay, the suggestion is actually working out, then he will align. I've had instances like that, and I'm like, oh, I think this is the best way to do this. And there will be instances when you will actually, succumb while finding balance and agree to, okay, let's work your own way. And if it works out, fine. If it doesn't, he will learn to trust you better. You will learn to trust your judgment better. So I think this comes to understanding your job and doing your job very efficiently, delivering. He knows you have the results. You've shown him time and time again that, see, I know my job, I will do my job, and I'm going to save you time, save you cost. He's going to learn to trust you. So, but you need to understand how to communicate. That is really important. That
All
is
right.
really important.
So I see what you said now and what Swift, my co-host, said now. I see it as one of the challenges that project managers encounter.
Yes.
Are there other
Oh, yes.
challenges? Are there other challenges that they encounter? You, since you are in the line, are there other challenges that you need to encounter? Because there are other young people that are coming up who would want to go into this project management, taking it as a career in their as a career for their lives. So, what other challenges should they be looking at that they should be expecting? Okay, apart from working with one boss, there are others. Can you just let them understand what those challenges are?
Okay, thank you. So, I would also like to point out that, the issues of boss or no boss doesn't really apply in the agile world, because agile is structured without hierarchy. So you have the scrum master, you have the product owner, and then you have the development team, the developing team, and the product owner. So this way, in agile, I'm just giving an instance, there is no hierarchy, and you don't have a boss calling you around, even though you may still have friction with the management and all that. But this is one solution that Agile provides, the Agile framework. But for young people or people who are looking to come into project management, first thought, you will learn to communicate with different type of people. Once again, I feel like I need to emphasize on that. Like, there will be
Please go
people who
on.
will tell you, oh, this. I think, no, this is my job. This is what I am here to do. But you need to be able to find balance. You don't want to keep pissing people off. So you need to be able to relate with different types of people. You need to be patient, and your time management has to be strong, to be honest. And you also need to make peace with the fact that not every project will work out. Not every project will work out. And you need to understand this. You need to give it your best, but you also need to understand that not every project will actually work out. Because that's one of the importances of risk management. There will be scenarios when the most unexpected things will happen. Now, take this for an example. You got let's now use the traditional project management. You got a contract to build, and you already factored in the risk or increase in cost, maybe issues with manpower and all that, and you already factored this in, and then you start building. You're halfway through the building, and boom, the government comes and say they want to run something through that place.
Yeah.
What are the odds that you would have thought of that? What are the odds that you would have planned ahead for that? So there will be certain instances where you cannot help it. So what you need to learn is give it your best shot. Learn to work with your team. Understand what you're doing. Practice, practice. Your time management, because not everybody comes into project management and they are already great time managers. But you learn. You need to that's why I said you need to be ready to continuously improve. At the time it was there will be a time when everybody's using Asana, Trello, and these things will change. Tools will change, but the principles of project management will not entirely turn around. So you need to understand these things and be ready to continuously learn and improve.
Do you think project management should be taught in secondary schools?
Okay, so for a while now, I had a conversation with a friend not long ago, and we mentioned how I think it's in Japan now, or yeah, I think it's in Japan. I think they may be looking to bring it into our curriculum in Nigeria as well. AI, understanding AI. I think digital skills should be a part of our curriculum. I think digital skills should be part of our curriculum. And project management is one of the most foundational digital skills, in my opinion, because you need a part of project management in whatever you want to do. So you could be a software developer, and if you do not understand time management, you could fail no matter how good you are.
Yeah.
So that's why, as I mentioned, project management is like a foundational skill. It's like a skill that holds a lot of other skills together. So yes, I think digital skills should be taught in our curriculum, and project management should be part of that. because it helps you, prepares you for life. Project management is basically like day to day. So overall, yes, I think so. I think it should be, you know, added to our curriculum.
All right, so talking about education and curriculum, the truth is what they don't tell you is how expensive project management trainings are. The fact that you need to pay dollars to write the final exams, because in Nigeria sometimes there are not a lot of places that you can write the exams in, and as you are moving from tier 1 to tier 2, you keep making that money. And do you think that the federal government, since we all know how important project management is, there should be some kind of subsidization for project managers so that young people can take these certifications and have them handy? What's your take?
Okay. So apologies, but I did not hear you very clearly. I didn't get the question
So we're
very
talking of
clearly. If you could just be a
subsidization.
bit louder.
Okay, so Praise, can you hear me clearer now?
Yeah, I think it's a bit better now.
It's a bit better. Okay, so we're talking of, do you think government needs to subsidize project managers' fees for the courses? Because you and I know how expensive these courses are. Except you are just doing a crash course online. We know that even some you have to pay via extra code to write some of the international exams. What do you think governments can do so that more people can get into it and be certified project managers?
Okay, so if I got you correctly, you're asking about the cost of project managers, the cost of starting projects. Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking for the subsidization of project management courses by government. Do you think it's critical the government should do something about subsidizing?
Okay, so subsidization of project management courses.
Certifications.
All right, yes. So I mean, regarding education, subsidization of education is one way to encourage education. So definitely subsidization of project management courses is one way to encourage people to, imbibe this, because there's some people who feel like, oh, if they've not taken these paid courses or they don't know it yet, just start from somewhere. And it will be really nice if the government could, subsidize these things, the cost of these courses. Because as I mentioned earlier, subsidization of education is one way to encourage people to, take these things more seriously and imbibe it better. So yes, I think yes, that's a very valid point.
All right, thank you very much, Praise. So we need you to tell us one of your success stories, from being a Scrum Master to being Agile, being in Agile and the rest. Yes, being a project manager, it's beautiful, but there is someone out there who wants to hear your success stories, how you've been able to manage your project, being in project, how you've been able to achieve your deliverables on time, applying all the principles. Any success stories so far?
All right. So, thank you for the opportunity to share that. So I think, aside, delivering projects over time, I think one thing that I will call a success story is how I've been able to help a number of aspiring Scrum Masters ace their PSM exams. So, aside being a project manager, I am an Agile coach. An Agile coach is, someone who helps people understand the Agile framework, Scrum, and all of that. So I've, helped a number of people who are trying to prepare for the PSM1 certification exams, and walking them through this process, encouraging them, helping them, giving them the resources they need, and then at the end of the day, they ace these exams. The joy for me, that is success. So I think that's one of the biggest success that I will count to myself.
Okay.
And I would also like to point out that, before I started project management, I was pretty poor with time management. To be honest, I think I took it upon myself as a challenge that, if people can do this, then I can do this. And yes, I mean, it really helped with my time management. So you don't have to be ready before you start. Start learning and you get better, but you need to want to learn and you want to learn to make it work.
Okay, your last or your final word for a young person like you out there who want to come into project management. What word do you have, or what word of advice do you have that you want to give to the person listening or watching right now?
Start. Don't wait until you have all the pieces together. Don't wait until, for some of us, we are like, oh, we want to learn something, and we're like, oh, will I get jobs? Will I start? That's the most important thing. As long as you're able to see the next step, take it. Take the next step. Don't try to project. Oh, that's why I find this question of where do you see yourself in the next thing? See, let's kill the next 2 months first. So take that step, start something, and then the ladder keeps appearing, and it gets better with time.
Okay, thank you so much, Praise Fulonshaw, for your time, and thank you for coming on the show. We truly, truly appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
All right, Praise.
Thank you so much for having me. It was a really good time.
It was fantastic having you.
And sure you have an amazing afternoon.
Yes. Bye, Praise. All right, yes.
Project management.
Yes, very critical.
Most times, people don't know that it's a daily life thing. For instance, I want to drive it home to Nigerians, not African and Nigerians, Lagosians. We love parties.
Yes.
We love weddings. You see, the putting together what we call wedding planners. Do you know that they are actually project managers?
Yes. What we call aunties back in the day that help you to come out at a certain time and make you sit down at a certain time is project planning.
You understand?
Yes.
So, you see, project management is what you and I actually need for our daily lives.
Yes.
It helps us grow. It helps us, like he rightly said, it helps us manage our time. It helps us manage the limited resources. Do you know someone who is an extravagant spender? Before the month runs out, the person is in shambles financially.
So I always tell people that, you see, every time people tell me that education is a scam, I'll laugh at you. And project management is like the elder brother of economics. When you look at the world scale of preference, that's where you were taught of how to put your time together. You want this food. If you take too much of this, you get tired of it after the first bottle of water. And the second bottle of water, this.
To come at a certain point, at a certain time.
You want to pay as much. All these things, if you concentrate on it, you will realize that the learning curve has been taking you through this system.
Exactly.
Did you pay attention?
Yeah. Yeah, at the end of the day, oh my God, at the end of the day, ideas alone don't build nations, but discipline, planning, and execution do. Project management is not just corporate jargons. It is the secret sauce Africa needs to turn potential into progress. If we manage our projects right, Africa's growth won't just be a dream. It will be our reality. Yeah, a very big thank you to our guests. Once again, Praise Fulonshaw and Yomi Olatunji for their beautiful insights. And many thanks to you, our dear viewers. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at Sook News TV, and we will ensure we reply all your comments. Swift, time to say our goodbye.
All right, I had to leave you, but I like to go, and I need to tell you, I always quote it. Don't ask yourself what the government can do for you. Ask yourself what you can do for your government, what you can do for yourself, and how to build yourself. My name is Swift Aderito. Have a beautiful day.
And a very joining us today. We'll see you next time. Let's keep giving the African stories. I am Omevi Idolo.
Madagascar, the world's fourth largest island, stands as a geographical and ecological marvel of the southeastern coast of Africa. Isolated from the African mainland for over 80 million years, this island nation has evolved into a biological treasure trove found nowhere else on Earth. Over 90% of its wildlife is endemic, meaning it exists only in Madagascar, including the world-famous lemurs, baobab trees that look sculpted by myth, and an astonishing array of reptiles, insects, and plants. This extraordinary biodiversity has made Madagascar not only a focus of global scientific research, but also a symbol of nature's ability to evolve independently and richly. Beyond its natural wonders, Madagascar is home to a deeply diverse and culturally layered society. The Malagasy people trace their ancestry to both Southeast Asia and East Africa, making their culture a rare and fascinating fusion of traditions. This dual heritage is reflected in their language, rituals, architecture, and belief systems. The Malagasy language, derived from the Austronesian language family, is one of the few of its kind spoken on the African continent. This cultural hybridity also extends to cuisine, dance, and storytelling, blending African strength with Asian intricacy in daily life. Madagascar's history is equally distinctive. It developed powerful pre-colonial kingdoms, including the Merina Kingdom, which unified much of the island before French colonization in the late 19th century. Unlike many African countries, Madagascar experienced a relatively centralized monarchy before colonial rule. Since gaining independence from France in 1960, the country has navigated political instability, economic hardship, and natural disasters. Yet, it continues to strive toward democratic governance and sustainable development. Strategically located in the Indian Ocean, Madagascar is positioned as a crucial maritime node for trade, conservation, and regional diplomacy. Its economy, while heavily reliant on agriculture, fishing, and mining, is beginning to explore tourism as a sustainable development path. The island's unique biodiversity, combined with its warm hospitality and rich cultural heritage, makes it a compelling destination for ecotourists, adventurers, and scholars alike. In the face of deforestation, climate change, and poverty, Madagascar's story is one of resilience and irreplaceable natural wealth. It serves as both a warning and a wonder, reminding the world of what can be lost through neglect and what can be preserved through global cooperation and local stewardship. Madagascar is not merely another African country. It is an ecological arc, a cultural crossroads, and a national identity unlike any other on the continent. I'm Moyosore Adebiyi for Soup News TV. When we talk about South Sudan, Africa's youngest nation, having gained independence in 2011, we often focus on its political journey or natural resources. But there's something else that holds deep generational value in South Sudanese lives, which is cows. In South Sudan, cows aren't just animals, they are everything. They are currency, they are status, they are identity. Among groups like the Dinka and Noe, a man's wealth isn't measured in cash, it's counted in cows. Cows pay dowries, settle disputes, mark the birth of a child, and even the death of an elder. Boys grow up in cattle camps, learning not just to herd, but to lead. Songs are written about prized bulls. People name themselves after their cows. It's love, not ownership. And no, they don't eat them. Not casually. Cows are sacred. They are milked, admired, and even mourned. Only in rare ceremonies, funerals, farming, or great misfortune is a cow killed for food. To eat one is to part with a piece of your soul. I'm Moyosore Adebiyi for Just Africa, only on Souk News TV.
is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. I then went back to England for my master's, and from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advance Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life, to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do 2 jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it, because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale. And you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the area that we have to work on, because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. They've learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. Most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way ahead of some developed countries, because maybe because we through slavery we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. See, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. Quotation.
Yeah.
That's our society. That's our culture. it's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so-called popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. Amen. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have thought that, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that. I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interest of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused. It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all of that. Give me a job specific. that a woman cannot do. Then I changed my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation, and then I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. He should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights on the upbringing of the children in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be good, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal right means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do that much as your put as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely disgusting. They're not women. They're no longer women. the exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is law. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. If their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Show them, showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo, we have, in the UN, we have all sorts. We have, what's this pharmaceutical woman. She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. My darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
We do that. I did talk about Kikili. We're there. Female CJN.
Yeah.
And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start to, no, she's so respectful, well-behaved, well-dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, they couldn't do well as the same. We have a lot.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marcy Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events such as the Independence Day in 1960 when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souk Enlightenment. Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Souk Enlightenment.
human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ig Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. work, they say, pays. Igboje Agemokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Agemokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Agemokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Agemokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist. And just like many of the others here, the piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but, you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Agemokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion, and so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Agemokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of scale, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Iboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and